Good morning, everybody. We're going to start the meeting. We'll start with the call the meeting to order. We're going to do the land acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge that we live and work in Mi'kma'ki as a steward of the ancestral territory of the Mi'kma'ki people. We are all treaty people. Now I'll entertain a motion for the approval of agenda and order of business.
So moved.
Moved by Warden Weber. Second by Councillor Church. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion's carried. Now we have a presentation.
Our screen's not working, so we might have a.
I got it.
There we go.
Thank you.
Okay, and we have presentation of growth strategy from FBM. You have the floor, Brian.
I'm going to clear the stage pretty quickly, but what I wanted to do is just to provide an introduction to FBM very quickly and to provide a little bit of context as well for what we're doing here today. So if you want to, Emily, on the next slide there, what I wanted to kind of go through as setting the stage, I'm going to keep it very brief, going for 2 minutes here. So what we're looking at for outcomes at this stage and what we have for next steps, we're bringing back the growth plan for council to review. And what we're looking for by the end of today is council direction to allow staff to begin implementing the recommendations of this plan. So there's a series of recommendations. FBM in the presentation will be going through a lot of them, but not all of them. The full recommendations will be found in the entire plan that should be in your online boxes at this point in time. When it comes to the recommendations, some of them will require staff to go back and work on timelines and implementation plans for them, and those would then be brought back to council with budgets and timelines for council to approve moving forward on. Other ones would be able to get started at the staff level. You'll notice this as we're going through this. There are certain things like, for example, communications plans around how we discuss with the public how this plan will work that we can do at the staff level, but anything that has a budget, a timeline, or involves a policy decision, we would be bringing back to council for that decision. The next slide, which I'm not going to go through, but it's there for your information, is just kind of provide some background on how we got to this point. And as well, you'll be noticing in the presentation that there are two different decisions of council from the past, two motions that have kind of come together. So this report has combined two reports into one. One is the overall growth plan, which includes projections, population projections, workforce projections, things like that. But also the second piece is the missing middle housing strategy that was part of our Housing Accelerated Fund money that we received. So they've been combined into a single report. That's what you're going to be hearing about today. And just as well, the final slide for me before I clear the stage is just an overview of what this means, because when people hear the growth plan, we wanted to make sure that you understand this is phase one of the growth plan. So on your sheet here, you'll notice that there are things highlighted in green. What I wanted to kind of point out here is that what they're presenting today touches on each of those items that are highlighted in green. So we wanted to give an idea of all the other things as well that are going on with regards to the growth plan. One of which, for example, last week we talked about the comprehensive community planning for future growth nodes in the Exit 6 area. That is being dealt with. It's part of our growth plan, but it's not part of the presentation that you're going to see today. So this is just to provide that context of all the different things that we're working on with the growth plan, and the green items that are listed here are the things that you're going to hear today. So with that, I'm going to get off the stage and introduce James, who's going to be, I think, doing most of the talking, and Kieran from FBM, and also, so everybody knows, there are two people online as well who are here for questions at the end. Sean from Good Eve is on there, and Rio, and I don't know all the last names, so I'm going to let them introduce themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. I'm going to try and speak into this microphone because I know some of the folks in the back are having a hard time hearing. Is that okay if I talk like that? Is that any better? Okay. All right, so as Brian, thank you very much for the introduction. My name is James Coons. I'm a senior planner at FBM. I'm with Kieran Hunt, our planning lead at FBM today. I'll be going through a presentation, and on the call we have Sean Goodeve, who is one of our sub-consultants on this. He was specifically looking at the workforce attraction and retention piece, and Rio Yanagita, who couldn't attend today but was helping with the work on this. The purpose of this presentation isn't to be able to go through line by line of this because we don't have enough time. So I'm going to go through some of the themes that came up as we were doing this work that led to some of the recommendations, and I'm going to highlight some of those key recommendations that I think are emblematic of the overall approach that this growth strategy is taking. The agenda we have, so kind of going from the front to back, community demographic profile and population projections. See which screen is best for me to look at. I'll choose this one. Some of the results from public engagement and results from local business and development industry engagement, results from reviewing the municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw, and finally some of the growth plan recommendations. And as Brian had said, there's two projects brought into one. The first one was essentially mostly background review for the growth plan. So that was housing forecasts, workforce projections, population projections. And then the second piece was and a workforce attraction and retention plan and public engagement. And the second piece was this missing middle housing or increased housing density. As we went through it, it kind of made sense to combine these into one plan, and I'll talk about that as we go on. And next slide, please. So a high level kind of some of the interesting points that we came across when we were doing our demographic profile is that 6 points. Firstly, the population is growing. Between 2021 and 2024, the Municipality of Chester had an annual population growth of 2.7%. That is different from any time before this, at least for many generations. The population is aging. In 2021, the percentage of the population over the age of 65 was 30.6%. The population projections show that increasing to 35% by 2031, and that is up from about 20% in 2011. So that's a very big demographic change that the municipality has seen, and it's typical for a lot of places in Canada. Migration rates are the main factor to growth in the Municipality of Chester. So an interesting stat was that, and it's a bit convoluted, so bear with me. In 2021, when they did the census, and they asked people, where were you living in 2016? About 18% or 19% of the population in the Municipality of Chester was living in a different municipality in Canada. So but nearly 20% of the population of Chester was somewhere else 5 years ago. The remaining 2% were from international. But overall, the story is that people who are moving here are from other municipalities in Canada and from out of province. And I'm sure that's still continuing. We don't have the data until the next census. Housing affordability remains a challenge in Municipality of Chester. The median sales price of housing is far above what's considered attainable. That attainable might be a lofty goal, but it's pointing to the challenges with housing affordability. When you look at the industrial specialization and industrial and some air quotes industries. Some of the places that the Municipality of Chester outperforms compared to the province on average is in manufacturing, information and cultural industries, agriculture, forestry, fishing and hunting, and construction. And then lastly, nearly a third of the municipality's labor force commutes outside of the municipality for work every day. Something that's interesting to consider with the twinning of the highway. When you think about growth, how is that going to change? Next slide, please. So we did 3 different population growth scenarios. And when you think about population growth, if we were in a different generation, or a couple decades ago, we might have thought about factors that influence population like birth rates and improving lifespans. But really, birth rates are so low these days that it's not really a contributor to growth. If anything, it's a contributor to population decline. You can tweak the life expectancy ages a little bit, and that might change your population slightly. But really, because birth rates are so low, the main factor is immigration, and that is very volatile. So that's why we have such a big spread from between your high and low. It really depends on federal and provincial immigration targets. That being said, what we can do is consider different periods of time and look at how immigration was during those times and project those forward if those were to continue. So under the high growth scenario, this projection is looking at the population growth rate between 2021 to 2024. So that's been the highest it's been in generations. and what would happen if that was to continue for the remainder of the projection. So based on that, the population is going to increase would increase if you had that same growth rate to nearly 18,500 or approximately 18,500 by 2046. And that's still dealing with an aging population. So, there's a lot of stuff going on within the population. As that goes on, the population is still aging, but it's growing enough that it's overcoming the increased mortality. On the low end, if we look at what was happening before 2021, so 2016 to 2021, if we projected that to continue, even though it was growing, we had people moving here, based on the aging population, increased mortality, it's not really going to grow very much. So those are your high and low. The medium scenario is if we consider the municipality's relative size compared to the province today and think that this relationship is going to continue, it's going to basically stay relative to the provincial growth, it's going to stay the same size. That's the midline scenario. So that's around 15,000. It's an open question which of these is going to happen because, between 1 year ago to today, there's been so much happening on the world stage that's impossible to really say. So I would frame it in this way, is that you want to be prepared with a growth strategy to deal with any of these three scenarios. And that means that you have to be prepared for the high growth. You might not need to do everything in the strategy to accomplish that, but if you wait to find out, the speed of municipal policymaking is not fast enough to keep up with that. So it's good to be prepared now. Next slide, please. So some pieces that came from that. So we use the high, medium, and low population projections to forecast two things. One was the workforce size, and the next is the amount of new dwelling units that will be needed to accommodate that population. And in the report, we had the total number, but one thing that's more important than the total number of workforce size is its relative size, which is really determined on two factors. One is the working age population, and two is the percentage of that population that is participating in the workforce. So you can try to bump up the percentage of the population in the workforce. It's something that kind of varies on a provincial and national level. But one area you can definitely have more impact on is the age of the population in the workforce, or the size of that population. So how can you attract a workforce age population? In 2006, this is also kind of a confusingly written sentence, but essentially the size of the workforce that was within the ages of 15 to 64 has decreased in the municipality from 51.6% to 45%. And I believe that was from 2006 or 2011 to now. So what that's saying is basically your relative size of the workforce is decreasing because you have an aging population. There's more retirees in the community. When you look at with the high, medium, and low scenarios on how much new dwelling units are going to be needed, we're using a rough number of about 2.1 people per household, which is the average in the municipality. The high scenario could mean as much as 3,700 new dwelling units, with the low still being around 614. And this number is including, through the housing needs assessment that the province did for the municipality, it's including the deficit that they had in there. And that was based on a supply and demand model. They essentially said, based on where you'd want to be with a vacancy rate in the municipality to promote affordability or not have low vacancy rates, you have a certain number that you're currently lacking. So we added that to this figure. It was about around 300 units. How those dwelling units are constructed matters a lot in terms of what growth means for the municipality. For example, 3,700 single unit dwellings on septic, where modern septic standards require about an acre for a lot, could mean a huge amount of greenfield area. I believe in the report I talked about it's about 3 times the size of downtown Halifax. So it would be a very large amount of greenfield area that needs to be developed. So this strategy wants to consider what do growth scenarios mean if you have a certain number that on-site services or in missing middle housing. And one of the recommendations we'll get to is essentially creating target shares of how much growth you want to have on services and how much you want to have on greenfield land. Because really if it's not on services, it's much more likely to be a single unit dwelling than it's going to be if it is on services. Next slide, please. So we did 3 series of public engagements, and by series I mean each one of those was 2 days in multiple locations across the municipality. So we did them in East Chester, Hubbards, New Ross, Western Shore, in Ravens Roost at the ice rink in the village, and in Canaan. We got some bad timing at times with the provincial election, with the Canada Post strike. There was a printer mishap, so there were lessons learned. But unfortunately, some things are out of our control. But we did have a lot of great. I think we had around 20 different sessions with groups of people from across the municipality. And we heard a lot of things. So some things we heard was the need for a mix of housing types to support diverse needs of the evolving population. We heard a lot about downsizing and seniors housing and the need to have more than single-family homes that are difficult to maintain as people get older. The desire to see the municipality invest in infrastructure to accommodate growth. Some things are referenced: sewer and water services, safe road networks, active transportation, sidewalks, things like that. To improve public awareness and engagement and communication, to be able to clearly communicate and involve residents in the steps being taken to prepare for growth. The need to attract and retain a younger demographic to help fill the roles and positions needed to grow the local economy. To support strategic growth throughout the municipality, and balance that with preserving the unique identity of existing communities. And lastly, to ensure that growth is accompanied by investment into the community services that are needed, and that these services are well distributed across the municipality and are able to serve the population equally. Next slide, please. We also did engagement with local business owners and development industry to determine or to kind of understand about what are the barriers to business growth that they're facing, as well as what is, if the objective is to increase the supply of housing to meet the demand to promote affordability, what is stopping people from developing in the municipality? So some of the things that we heard and the themes that came out of those conversations was that growth in the municipality doesn't need to mean that it would be a bedroom community, and that one way to ensure that this doesn't happen is to ensure that there's infrastructure investment that can help attract housing into kind of these nodes that are mixed use and have services and shops around them. It can help support local businesses. That the municipality of Chester has several enablers of growth right now. So there's strengths the municipality has, that's low land cost, low property taxes, zoning is not very restrictive as compared to other municipalities, and that there is sewer service available. One of the things that people are attracted to about living in the municipality is the rural living advantage. So this balance of having rural living, but also being able to access complete communities in the hamlets. When we talk to affordable housing providers, they mentioned that they often lack the equity that is required to secure financing, and that they would like to see residential development incentives to help support them. So that could be things through surplus land, where the municipality has a piece of surplus land, they could donate it. There are other incentives that other municipalities are doing through their HAF applications as well. That the municipality should offer a more predictable and efficient application process. And then finally, that land banking can be a useful framework for the municipality of Chester to support growth. So we have a land banking policy recommendation in the report. A lot of municipalities are doing that now. I'll circle back to that if there's questions about it. When we reviewed, so I'm going to kind of start dipping into the housing policy piece. So this was the increased density application. Just gonna take a drink of water. When we first took on this work, the assumption kind of going into it, with doing a cursory look at it, was this will be easy. A lot of places have very restrictive zoning. They're R1, we'll just change it from R1 to, missing middle housing zone, where it's allowed to have missing middle housing. When we actually looked at the zoning, however, missing middle housing is basically already allowed throughout the municipality. As up to 11 units are allowed in probably 95% of the municipality by site plan approval, is the caveat. But site plan approval, while it has additional requirements, it's not it's not really a discretionary application. So if you meet the requirements that the site plan approval has, which are sensible and reasonable requirements for loading and fire trucks and setbacks, things like that, that are not that onerous, then you can pretty much develop 11 units across municipality with some exceptions. So the Village of Chester Village is an exception to that. There are a few residential neighborhoods that are fully built out that have a more specific zoning that don't allow necessarily up to 11 units. But by and large, there are like areas that you would be seeing missing middle housing, greenfield sites across municipality already allow up to 11 units. I'm going to say as of right, small caveat. So the question then is, why, if the goal is to encourage this type of housing, why isn't it being constructed? And they're suggested there be other alternative barriers. So quickly, what missing middle housing is, it's essentially anything more than a single unit dwelling, less than an apartment building, but might, at the highest end, might include small scale apartments, maybe up to 15 units, something like that. So we felt that we didn't necessarily need to amend the zoning bylaw to allow more density, because it's pretty much by and large already allowed, and the site plan approval requirements are sensible. One of them is that you confirm that there's potable water available. So that seems like probably a good thing to have in areas without water service. Next slide, please. Another thing that we found, one of our findings from reviewing the planning strategy and the land use bylaw, is that hamlet areas, so there's specific hamlets in the planning strategy, the Western Shore, New Ross, Hubbards. The Village of Chester would be one if it was part of that planning strategy, but it's a separate one, and Chester Basin. And that these areas are essentially well positioned to support growth in the municipality. They're existing areas with services, commercial, they have infrastructure, they have sidewalks. They're areas where if you let the municipality run on autopilot into the future, those areas would be the places that would grow incrementally over time. And it makes sense. They're the nodes that started, they have a kind of a gravitational pull to them that people want to move there. And one day, if the municipality kept growing, they might become a town. If you go way into the future, maybe they become a city someday. But that's generations into the future if our population kept growing. But that's how all cities started at one point. They started as a small landing of people who came together for economic reasons and kind of grew over time. And those are the nodes that the municipality currently has, and it makes sense for them to keep growing incrementally. And there's a lot of different asterisks put on that, because how do you make sure that that growth doesn't cause adverse challenges? But one of the big supporters of growth in this area, and one thing that was already started before we came to start this work, was the investment in sewer service. That is a huge enabler of growth, especially higher density growth, or anything, like I said, right now to get if you want to subdivide a new lot on sewer service, it takes about an acre. If you look at Chester Basin, for example, and a lot of those existing lots, they're not an acre large. They couldn't be. And so we have a lot of the urban fabric of those existing communities couldn't be done today with the new the new septic regulations. So in order to actually at least keep that type of character, you need to have sewer service. Next slide, please. So what is, and I'm not keeping track of time, but I'll do my best. What does all this tell us in 3 easy bullet points about the growth situation in the municipality of Chester? The first is that the municipality of Chester is both growing and getting older on average, and that to attract and retain a younger demographic, affordable housing and employment opportunities are needed. One thing I said in some of the public engagements was, people said, well, like, let's not grow. Like, why are we talking about a growth strategy? Let's just not grow. Unfortunately, it's not, municipalities have great power, but they don't have that much power to decide if people, they can't decide whether or not the province is going to grow. So the best they can do is decide how they're going to grow, or at least they want to try and put a freeze on building permits or something like that. You're going to have a lot of consequences to reckon with. And in my perspective, it's kind of a wrong-headed thing to do, and there's a lot of great opportunities through growth. That the municipality's balance between the compact hamlets it currently has with shopping and community services and its availability of low-density rural settlement patterns is a strength. It has a really nice balance between rural areas and these compact communities that provide kind of the best of both worlds. People who want to live on large areas of land with a lot of privacy, quiet communities can. People who want to live in a smaller kind of town feel or hamlet feel with shopping and services nearby, they can walk to the church, they can walk to a farmer's market, they can have that. And it's really the best of both worlds. So keeping that strength and promoting that through a growth plan is a great idea. And already, the current zoning across the municipality allows for significant density. So that's the status quo, is that if this population growth keeps coming, you could have very uncoordinated development. You could have 11-unit apartments popping off in very kind of strange areas of the municipality that are difficult for servicing, difficult for service delivery, might not help achieve some of the objectives that the municipality has, including employment growth and having services and commercial businesses attracted to nice little hamlets that people want to come visit and live in. Next slide, please. So we put our recommendations into 4 buckets. The first is strategic growth, and that aims at encouraging at least a certain percentage of growth to take place in the areas that are best suited to accommodate it and invest in the infrastructure needed to support it. The next is missing middle housing. So our requested task was to support missing middle housing in the municipality. So what can the municipality do in a roundabout way? Like we said, it's already allowed, but what can the municipality do to make sure that when it does come, that it's well integrated into the municipality, that it helps preserve the existing character, that it doesn't come off as everyone's worst fears when they hear an apartment building is coming into their neighborhood. The third is complete communities. So focus housing development by building upon what makes existing communities great places to live and work. And lastly, recommendations related to workforce attraction and retention. Next slide, please. So these numbers are not, there's 1, 2, skip a few, and because there's too many in the report to go through them all, so I'm just going to pick a few and talk about them briefly, and then if there's questions about ones that aren't on here, happy to do so. The first is to adopt a surplus land banking policy. So municipalities have surplus lands. Oftentimes they're underutilized, or they were at one point used for a different purpose and no longer being used. Having a policy that gives clear direction on how these lands should be managed and what they can be done with, how you dispose of them. And disposal doesn't necessarily mean trashing them, but how do you dispose them into a productive use? So a lot of municipalities are now coming up with land banking policies that set processes for how you would partner with a nonprofit or with a private developer in gifting these lands and then getting something in return. So if it's with a private developer, you might have a commitment to affordability, or maybe not, but that's kind of for council to determine. You could also find that there's other uses you want to put these to. So if you have surplus lands, how do we make sure we have a policy that can be used for community purposes or something like that? It also can include an acquisition policy. So for example, if there's a different level of government with a piece of land that they want to get rid of, the municipality thinks it's in their strategic interest to acquire that. How do you have a policy set up so that you can take on that land in an efficient way? The next is to align the boundaries of the hamlet designations with sewer service boundaries. So if I use the example of Chester Basin, the hamlet, in some areas, I'm going to actually go to Western Shore. So in Western Shore, the hamlet designation is essentially the sewer service boundary. Every property that has sewer service is in the hamlet. In Chester Basin, that's not the case because the existing sewer service is about 5 homes. However, when this sewer service gets expanded to a larger area, and it's going to enable growth that's more consistent with hamlets, it makes sense that the hamlet designation, which has policies for infrastructure investment, depending on how these recommendations are adopted, it could have requirements for design requirements to make sure that any property that is in the sewer service area also applies the same policies. So if sewer service is going to enable things like townhomes and small apartments, you want to make sure that just because someone is one property over in the hamlet, that they don't have a different regulation set than being one property just beyond that in the mixed use zone. Now, there's a lot of nuance in how you do that. The hamlet designation has different regulations. It's more strict on commercial. So I think in the devil's in the details. But there is a good way to do that. At the very least, you could just apply this at a policy level so that things like infrastructure investment are applied consistently to areas with sewer service. Establish growth share targets for service development. So when I'm talking about focusing growth in the hamlet areas, I don't mean 100% of the growth. That's not going to happen. What that percentage is, what that right percent is needs to be determined through collaboration with different departments. First of all, there's a lot of different considerations. One is, what do you want the municipality to look like? What is that right balance? But also infrastructure and water availability. There's engineering requirements. There's a lot of different things that could factor into that. I would estimate you're looking at like 25% in the hamlets, and that's not, so that means a majority of it is still taking place in greenfield areas. And that's going to be the case. Halifax has a similar approach where they've set targets for how much they want to be in the urban core, the suburban areas, and the rural areas. And a lot of that is based on how much they want to spend on servicing those areas, because suburban areas and rural areas are, mainly suburban areas, are more expensive to service than it is in the urban areas. So from a financial standpoint, they want to make sure they're solvent by focusing a certain amount of growth in the areas that are more effective to serve. And lastly on this section is prioritize development of potable water supply systems in area with sewer service expansion. So like Chester Basin is a good example. It could be a really big incentive to develop there now that there's sewer service. It should be matched with water service. That is an incentive into itself. Having a water supply system in an area that has mixed water quality issues and water availability is a huge incentive for a developer to be able to build there. But also matching sewer and water service, if you're already allowing that density with sewer service, it should be matched with water supply systems. That's both from a public peace of mind. People feel more comfortable knowing that they don't have to rely on their ground wells, or that new development is going to be subtracting from it, and from a real concern of we don't necessarily know what the groundwater capacity is. So part of this recommendation is study the groundwater capacity in these areas where sewer service is going in, see what the options are, and then make informed decisions at that point. And then, adjust as needed. Next slide, please. So this, as mentioned, this section is really focused on how do we make sure that the growth that's happening in these areas is compatible with the existing communities. So 2 recommendations. The first is to develop a design. Sorry, I'm going to take a step back. One thing I didn't mention earlier, and I'm sure you're all aware, is that while you can do up to 11 units by site plan approval, if you want to do more than that, you can also basically do that anywhere in the municipality by development agreement. So there's policies. They aren't necessarily super descriptive based on what area you're in. There's general policies for developing multi-unit dwellings throughout the municipality. And while it is discretionary, council has the ability to refuse that. They can only refuse it based on the policies. So that can be challenged. It can go to the UARB and it can be overturned. So right now, there isn't a lot to say what those developments should look like. And because of that, it can provide a lot of uncertainty for residents. People get very concerned about what that growth could look like. And also on the other side, for developers, they want to know what the expectations are. So if you want to, it's a win-win for people. One is developers coming into this understand what is being expected of them in terms of design requirements, and residents can understand what is being expected of developers. So the recommendation is to develop a design guideline document for development agreements and comprehensive developments. So I say comprehensive developments, that could be something like the Hubbard's Exit 6 growth area. This design guideline document could also help inform a lot of different other regulations. So I'm going to reference HRM because I used to work at the municipality. But HRM in their regional center, they have a design guideline document, and that gets referenced in all sorts of different discretionary applications. It sets out principles for design development, things like setbacks and shadows and building design, things like that. So it can trickle down beyond just development agreement guidance. For example, introducing additional site plan requirements for developments specifically within the hamlet zone. So if you're, right now, as I mentioned earlier, there are site plan approval requirements. They're not very onerous. They're not really focused on design. If you're allowing 11 units kind of everywhere, in the hamlet zones in particular with sewer and water service, if you have a savvy developer, they're gonna make a lot out of that 11 units. Right now, there's no minimum lot size, there's no really side setbacks. So someone could put quite significant development within that 11 unit framework. It would make sense to relook at those site plan approval requirements and consider what this would look like if there's gonna be a lot of growth.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
I think
I have a
Andre,
question.
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, actually, I'm glad you raised that point, because it's been something that's been on my mind. Well, first, one thing that's kind of bugged me is the up to 11 units by site plan. 11 units is an odd number. Like most developers tend to, it usually ends up cleaner in the actual architectural design when you have even numbers of units. So building an 11 unit building is a very odd
yeah.
building. Usually you have 12 or 10, you know, because you tend to do repetition.
Yeah.
First of all, secondly, I'm glad you raised the point about sort of like density. So right now it's by PID, this requirement. So in theory, you could have really tiny PIDs, each one allowing 11 units by site plan, and then the neighboring piece, if it were larger, would also be confined to 11 units. And obviously, the difference on like demand on the aquifer or impact on the neighbors, they're radically different in both scenarios. I feel like that's been overlooked in our policy. I'm glad you raised that. Hope as we march forward, we have a harder look at that, because I feel like those are problems. I also see in development around HRM, which you referenced, in the unserviced areas, I think you're allowed in some areas to do things by site plan, but in our above 11 units by DA, we don't have a lot of control over what we would use to reject those applications. And in HRM, I've observed some sites that have been developed to their absolute maximum capacity that the lot can handle. So you're cramming literally hundreds of units on unserviced land, just squeezing them on and packing them in like sardines. And I feel our municipality is in some ways vulnerable. If we had the right developer with the right motivations to actually try to propose those sorts of developments here, which I think would be quite disruptive. And I don't feel like we have at this point the tools as a council, if a DA application came forth, to actually reject those applications. And I don't know what we would have to put in place as some sort of framework to reject them, but I feel like we're extremely vulnerable especially in our rural areas, you know, because you have a rural lifestyle, but you know, somebody buys a 3-acre piece and they cram on basically the maximum amount that with a good sewer engineer, you could treat the sewage on site, and you can manage on the other corner to suck the water out of the ground, and you provide your proofs, and now you've got, I don't know, 90-some units on this 3-acre piece, and that's a realistic threat that we have at this point, I feel.
Yep, I would say that is a realistic threat. Like, not that it's going to happen, but it's a reasonable thing to be concerned about. There are developers who develop to the maximum that is permitted on a lot. It definitely happens, and there's good developers who don't do that. There's developers who are their design is just based on what is the biggest thing I could possibly build here. And right now there isn't a lot that council could refuse that based on in big areas of the municipality. So it's, we at one point considered, well, should one of our recommendations be to actually tighten down development regulations in areas of municipality? We didn't feel that it was really the direction for us to start reducing development rights across the municipality. This is, after all, like growth plan. So our approach was instead to take the carrot approach and say, what is a way to incentivize growth in areas that's more reasonable, which would be in the hamlet areas instead of having one-off large apartment buildings in rural areas. Let's say, let's incentivize people with sewer and water service, with community amenities, and we'll get to probably the next slide, and then also tack on design requirements. So more specific development agreement requirements that can help to mitigate those challenges that you're bringing up. So you get more sensible designed developments that are fitting with the community. But you have to offer the carrot as well, which is mostly sewer and water service. Next slide, please. So other parts of the carrot, which is really just it's kind of a win-win for everyone, is where do people want to develop housing? It's in areas that have amenities. So when you talk about housing and what someone is offering when they put up a housing for rent or a condo for sale, it is both the physical house itself, the living room, the bedrooms, the kitchen, but it's also the community that it's in. So the parks, the street life, the community, your access to services, those are all kind of packaged in towards what is someone selling when they sell a housing unit or renting a unit. And so to attract development essentially away from outlying rural areas where you might get, theoretically, someone building a housing form that's really incompatible with the area, and bring it into areas that are more suited for it, where there's regulations to kind of control it. The idea is it's kind of furthering on the complete communities approach, which make hamlets what they are today, and why they're already great is they have these hubs of community where there's public services. So the first recommendation is to work with the province to locate new investments in their facilities into the hamlets. So instead of having schools out in areas where all the kids need to be bused to them, have them back into the centers of community where they're walkable, there's sidewalks, there's housing nearby. That's a easier said than done, working with the province on those sorts of things. But I think it can be done. I know there are people at the regional centers of education who do want to see that happen, and those are your allies. The challenge is that they don't necessarily have the levers. Yeah, they don't do the purchasing and selling of land, which ties back into the surplus land policy. If you have a piece of land to offer, that is that's going to clear a lot of the barriers, because really what the province is looking at is the cheapest piece of land for a school site. And oftentimes those are in bad locations. Another one is reducing the regulatory barriers to development of commercial uses in hamlets. So there's a maximum amount of floor area that a commercial use can have in the hamlet areas, and above that, it's either by site plan approval or by development agreement. I'd have to go into the specific recommendation, but we're to see what those numbers are. I think it's not a huge amount. And for example, a small grocery store, there's the Independent in Mahone Bay, which I referenced as an example, that would not be allowed in any of the hamlets currently, because it would be too large. So is that the type of commercial use that we're really afraid of going into the hamlets? I would say no. In fact, in Western Shore, people were really upset about having lost so many of the commercial institutions that were in the community in the past, and afraid that twinning the highway was going to bring them out to the highway exits. So if you want to compete with that and make sure we have commercial in the communities, which is an amenity, people said in Chester Basin they want to see a liquor store. Those are amenities for people there, even though they pay money to go there. It is a benefit for them, it's employment. So look at those regulations and make sure that we're not prohibiting them. Another thing is, you have a business and they want to expand, and the regulations say you can't because it's now too big. Those are the type of areas where people get very frustrated. There are still reasonable limitations. You don't want to put a big box, you don't want to have a Walmart supercenter going downtown somewhere. I mean, mostly those fears are unfounded because they're going to go at the highway exit anyways, but it's okay to have a maximum commercial limit still, or at least make it discretionary and it can go to council. The next piece is conduct streetscaping visioning for sections of Highway 3 and Highway 12 within the hamlet areas. As these communities grow, they have main streets. That's that's the typical format for towns in Nova Scotia. A lot of them have highways running through them. Wolfville has a town, has a highway going through it. It can be very transformative for these communities to have a streetscape that is conducive. I know, I'll go back to Western Shore, people are afraid to let their kids cross the street. That's a really big challenge. It helps to attract commercial businesses as well. If you have a nice streetscape with sidewalks, it slows down traffic. So there's a lot of benefits to that. One of my recommendations is to actually start, to pursue those for all the different hamlets. Another good recommendation that came from a community member was to create a commercial building facade improvement program. So actually their recommendation was was more general, was for just building facades at large, including residential homes. There's less precedent for that, but there are really good examples of commercial building improvement facade programs in other municipalities. So Bridgewater has a great one. King Street, if you've been there recently, has had a lot of really nice facelifts to the street, which has really changed the character of that. And also, it helps to actually increase the tax roll. So it's a bit of, yes, you're giving a grant to this, but also if that building is now getting a big facelift and their assessed value is going up, the municipality can reap some of the return on that over time. Next slide, please. And finally, I'm going to end with workforce attraction and retention. So we talked earlier about the declining relative size of the workforce in the municipality. This pillar is kind of both, when you say workforce attraction, what you're kind of saying also is a younger demographic attraction. So for the 4 of the recommendations in this section, one is to work with local businesses to identify skills gap in training. So making the most use of the workforce that you currently have to fill the gaps that you have, and it's kind of stop the loss of people. If you can, locate them to jobs, people often move for jobs. Develop a workforce action group comprised of local businesses, essentially an advocacy group of local businesses to identify the challenges and find solutions to them. Identify local employment opportunities for local youth, pretty intuitive, and then explore workforce attraction programs for new immigrants. So population growth in Canada is essentially a factor of immigration. And if you look at what's interesting though, that hasn't been the case for Chester as much as people might think it is. Of that 20% of people, if we go back to 2021 and where they're living in 2016, of the 20% that are new, only 2% of that was from immigrants. So almost all of it's coming from other municipalities. So that is a really good source of potential workforce, and that is essentially why Canada has its policy of immigration, is to make sure that we have a workforce population. So setting yourself up with a program that can capitalize on that would help to bring in that workforce age population. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Any questions around the table? Councillor Connors?
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Oh, my pleasure.
This is really actually a wonderful presentation. I was very excited to be here. And I appreciate your reference, James, at the very start of it around I'll say a bit of a rocky start in terms of the public engagement, in terms of the promotions and the awareness. And you can only do what you can do. So I was just looking back through. So we had it in our municipal newsletter, right? Even though people might not get it directly. In New Ross, I think people got the notice the day of or the day after, and it was one-sided instead of 2, and that's okay. And I look back at my notes of who attended the first session and then who attended the second one. And so I was impressed with the fact that people did turn out in January. And again, I'm only saying this for public record, right? Because again, we can only do what you can do to engage individuals to actually pay attention to their mailboxes and their municipal newsletters and so on. So you can only do that, right? But that being said, in terms of today, I am really excited with a number of points that you've brought up in your slides, but as well as the notes that I've made in terms of your quotes, and also in terms of Brian and Aaron and whoever, the group that had been working on this. I'm very excited about the stress, if you will, the focus in a way on the hamlet zone areas in terms of the balance of growth, but as well the unique identity of each of our communities, and the fact that the hamlet zones are well positioned to support growth. And the reason I'm saying this is because I'm going somewhere with it. And the fact, again, all of those comments and the sewer systems being a huge enabler of growth. And I know that Warden Weber and I don't go way, way back, but we go back a bit in terms of Chester Basin and New Ross being at capacity. And I'm also excited because there's a representative to the Municipal Planning Advisory Committee, the New Ross representative, in the room today. So I'm glad that he's here and that he can also take that message back to then kind of get behind this a bit in terms of bringing it to their municipal council. The fact that we've been waiting for a bit, and I know that staff and council have discussed it, so I'm not saying it's not happening, but all of those things that you've said really bring it home, bring it home. And I can only speak for, right now, my district, if you will, so others will pipe up as well, I'm sure. Your comments around hamlet zones, commercial growth, neighborhoods and communities of where people can walk to the services, purchase the services, and so on. For me, I will go way back, many decades. It's around the idea of, yes, having the residents have those services within those areas, but in New Ross, we also saw that opportunity, if you will, in the hamlet zone. It wasn't called hamlet zone then, right? Called the Cross, still is. Funny as it is, NSLC, NSLC, as well as the availability of propane, and barbecue items and so on, because there's a big cottage industry and people are coming from Metro and so on. So we don't want them necessarily to stop at Exit 5 or another area, but we want them to be encouraged to stop, right? So make it easier for the residents, but as well as those in our areas, because not everybody in this municipality has a cottage industry, I get it, right? But we certainly do, and I think it's expanding. So there's all of that, and so I'm loving it. And I'm just gonna end on the slide around the complete communities, the streetscaping, visioning, facade improvement program. I've been a supporter of that and a vocal advocate at this table for a while, and I know others have too, and I'm excited, and I want to get going on it. So yes, thank you, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I'd like to hear what our next steps are.
Yeah, well, that's coming up right next, yeah. I guess I'll, yeah.
Warden Weber?
It just, I guess, I'm not gonna say there was anything in here that I didn't, generally speaking, know or agree with, but it's always best to have somebody else confirm that it's the path you should go down. And I think that in a general sense, we are going down this path. That's why we're expanding sewer systems in a couple of the areas. That's why we've invested in sidewalks. It's why we always make sure that when public open space becomes available that we acquire it, because to prepare for that, because it's not only promoting growth, but it's promoting trying to keep the character of the communities in place, because that's what made them what they are today, and that's why people want to come there. So, next steps, yes, there are things we can do, and yes, I agree with Councillor Vino that we may need to take a look at limiting the capacity in some of the more rural areas, because it can be quite detrimental. Mind you, we just went through a land use policy change that took us 5 years. So before we go down that road, I've been there before, and even in the Chester Basin area as part of that, most people didn't want any rules of any kind until somebody did something they didn't want. Whatever, that's always the case. But yeah, we've got some work to do, and I think we're on the right path, and we are investing in infrastructure, and I think we're, in a general sense, going down the road you're suggesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Vino?
I'll just say, to echo your comments, that middle housing, that multi-unit buildings especially, in our municipality, I think I don't know if on both hands I could probably count up the number of buildings that we actually have that are multi-unit, that we don't really have any. We have a municipality that's almost completely comprised of single-family homes, which, you know, even in recent times with the addition of like what they call ADUs, accessory dwelling units, it's become in many regions, we've seen that this policy has come in, and people are taking advantage of it just because of the changing need. You know, young people trying to start their lives or whatever, the high cost of housing is a barrier, and being able to gain some independence from your family, but at a lower cost, it's becoming an attractive option, and it's just one example of how society's needs are changing. And I think we're confronted as politicians with people who are comfortable, that have been long-time residents maybe of our municipality, are comfortable in their single-family homes, and they may not have the same empathy for those that are trying to acquire housing within our borders. And so as multi-unit projects are proposed, for them it's quite disruptive. They're not used to seeing it here because it's uncommon at this point. And you know, somehow I feel like not only through policy but also through education, we're going to have to spend a lot of time and invest in a campaign to explain why this is needed for society. So anyways, I'm glad to see you focusing on that piece, because you know, it has this important role, not just it's on the shoulders of our lives. When you're very young and you're very old, that multi-unit, those multi-unit projects tend to be highly demanded, and we just really don't have it here. And I guess those are my comments. I'm glad to see that.
Am I able to, is this on? Yeah, okay. I'm glad you brought up the shoulders part, because it's not just young people. It is aging population too. You know, it's people in my own family. Someone becomes a widow, they no longer need a 3,000 square foot home to live in. In fact, it's a burden. But the idea of, you know, okay, well, let's look at a condo or something like that, and if the only options are, like, it could be really nice if you had that option in your community. Like, let's say you're in Chester Basin and you had the option to move down the street into a place where you're still in your neighborhood, you still have access to the community services, you can still go to the Legion, you can still go for a walk down to the basin, go for a nice walk. Or the alternative is you actually have to go out into a rural area, like where there's no sidewalks, the only option to get somewhere is by car, you don't know anyone. It can be incredibly isolating, especially if you can no longer drive. So having the diversity of options, it's not to say that these places, you know, I think the municipality of Chester will forever be a place that's dominated by single-family homes. That's just, unless things really change into the future. But what could happen is having those options available. So maybe 5%, 10% are not single-family homes. That is a realistic future, but right now it's almost entirely single-family homes. So having the diversity for people who have different lifestyles and different preferences is really important to have, and within the communities that they want to live in.
I'll just add a couple comments there. One, in the last 5 years especially, the economics of housing has changed dramatically from the world of single-family affordability or single-unit affordability to economics, simple economics. Secondly, what we did here in a number of our engagement sessions were those people that don't want to feel like they're being forced out of their community. They grew up here, they've lived here many years, they don't want to, because of a lack of multi-unit housing options, be that assisted living or otherwise. So part of this is to enable that, but the economics have certainly driven housing change, and a reason why in the past there weren't a lot of multi-unit forms put in. That is likely to change. Incrementally, as James said, it's still the attractiveness of the South Shore. The drive to qualify statement is less applicable because of the cost, again, of economics. So part of what we're looking at is trying to make sure, as James said, that diversity, but it's also the ability for people to transition within their own community as they age. And with the demographics simply aging as we're showing, that need will become ever more paramount in the next 5-year cycle as well, to provide that so people don't, you'll have housing that you could have the immigrants that are coming into the communities, they're multi-generational, multi-families themselves. So they'll be appealing for houses that that have many rooms in them. So there's that opportunity to transition existing housing to the next generation of immigrants, while that same home dweller might be able to transition within the community as well. And having the locations, as James articulated, that are within within these areas where they can walk and access the necessary services, be it health and wellness, food, beverages, and all of those things. So I think that's a key part of the overall messaging here, is having that balanced mix that responds to where economics have changed as well.
Thank you. Councillor Bremner?
First of all, thank you to your group for the great presentation. As a new councillor, this is very informative. It's exciting too, because we've just gone through that long 5-year or more process of rezoning the village. This actually gives a balance to me of all the questions I was trying to deal with and all the different views. And I respect everyone's views that were there, but now I'm putting 4 or 5 factors into place that I can better understand what council has to do to make sure we have investment, our role in it, what the people and I loved when you said this is a growth plan. Why would we not want to talk about growth when we do have sectors of our communities that want to see things change drastically, one way or the other? And it is about, for me now, trying to find that balance that we can bring everything that you've talked about. And then I think of our staff, who both know all the professional elements of it, which we don't always understand clearly, the presentations they have to bring, the different views that are created, because there's so many factors when you have the province playing an investment into it. The water, absolutely crucial. The sewer's crucial. The community base is crucial. Everything we've talked about here today has just reinforced me to try to do a better job of what I know has to happen in the future. And that's about financing around all these things, the cultural changes that I see right in this village and the municipality is tremendously interesting to me, but also has some challenges, as we know, and they bring their cultural needs that we haven't adapted to well. And so for all those factors, I really appreciate what you've presented to us today. And again, being a new councillor, this gives me a page to start on and a new idea and a new freshman. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Brian, you want to give a brief next steps presentation? Or
Thank you. That's very good.
Yeah, if you're expecting a presentation, you'll be sadly disappointed.
a Reader's Digest word.
Yeah, so no, I just wanted to provide some context to the next steps question that I think everybody would love to know a little bit more about how this is going to move forward from here. So I understand that council may not have all had the opportunity to see the complete document. It should be in your online folders at this time. So if you want to look at this afterwards, that would be great. But the full document is in your folders now. So in that document, each item, and again, just like James said, I'm not entirely sure how many recommendations there are, but let's say there's around 20 recommendations overall, divided into the 4 different groups. They've divided those into short-term, mid-term, and long-term goals, and staff will be bringing back work plans for each of those items, with the caveat, and I'm putting a huge asterisk on this, a number of the short-term items do not necessarily require a work plan to be approved by council. So for example, I'm going to give, to make that clear, I'm just going to give 2 different examples. So one of the strategic growth recommendations is to implement a growth plan communication strategy. That's something that staff will put together a plan for a communication strategy, and we can just begin that tomorrow, essentially. That's a short-term goal that we can start right away. However, number 4 in the strategic growth recommendations is, and which James already talked about, to establish growth share targets for service development areas. That's something that we will put together a work plan. It's more of a long-term goal. We'll be bringing that back to council to talk about the policies around how we develop those growth share targets. Hubbard's Exit 6 being one of those examples where we have already work underway that will lead to us bringing back a growth share target for that area for council to discuss and help with making policies around that. So for each of the recommendations that are here, let's say it's around 20, we'll be bringing back the work plans as the work gets underway, but the direction that we're hoping to get today is just to go start that work and start working on those work plans, bring them back as the timing makes sense. So that's our next steps.
Can I just add one thing as well? Some of the recommendations, I won't say a lot, some of the recommendations are already things that are in our strategic plan and our work plan, either as a next, or a now project, a next project, or a future project. The facade improvement and the beautification stuff is one of them, right? So there's some of the recommendations that we're already working on and have in our work plans as well.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Brian? Thank you.
The only question I have actually is just about, we want growth and we want it to be in a certain way that's in keeping with the character of our communities and not disruptive to the point where it creates an adverse effect. So I think in this meeting even we've discussed some vulnerabilities we have, and I don't know how do we get those out so that we're working on addressing those, or our use of development agreements has been up till recently fairly limited here, but now we're starting to utilize that tool more, and we don't have a lot of framework around when we should be rejecting versus approving, and I feel like we need to put a little bit of effort into that, and I don't know how that comes. How do we actually make that start to happen so that we can, I'm totally in favor of growth, good growth that we want in the right places, but sometimes not every idea is a good idea. Sometimes there's bad ideas, and we need to be able to, as a council, especially if it comes in the form of a DA or whatever, be able to have some sort of rationale for separating the good and bad ideas.
Yeah, it's a Gareth one.
If council was interested in something like that, obviously direction to staff would be appreciated. And I think from the staff perspective too, they're in and amongst that type of a analysis or report. There's also some issues that we're running into, really long-term development agreements that really are inactive, really are incomplete. They've never, and we struggle with that. We have from 4 or 5 years old now projects where we'll get an email once a year saying, oh, we're ready, we'll be there next week, and then it doesn't happen. So, and we don't have any policy on closing those kind of files. So I think along with what Councillor Vino was speaking to, we could certainly.
I think we should have a direction here from this table to have a look at what we do around DAs and look at doing some cleanup. And I think Bridgewater has like 2-year limitations on their DAs and stuff like that. I think we should have something similar.
I just want to add one thing to that. I think it would probably be beneficial as well to have staff come back. I know that, we've been dealing with a lot of different types of applications. We're getting, we haven't traditionally seen a lot other than development permit stuff, but we're starting to work with development or site plan applications more and DAs more. And at the staff level, we've had some discussions around the use of those tools and the criteria in there. So I think as part of this, we would roll all of that into a discussion around how we use site plan and how we use DA and the criteria in there. I think that would probably be beneficial to have some of that discussion. And we can probably bring that back probably in a session like this, in a policy and strategy type session.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Tara. Staff, I'd like to thank FBM for their presentation and all the work, and James and all of his team, as well as our staff. Thank you very much. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you. We're going to take 5 minutes.
There we go.
We'll call the meeting back to order, and the floor is yours, Tim Topping, for budget fun.
Thank you. Good morning. Is it still morning? Yeah, good morning. What we have here today is a presentation on the 25-26 operating budget, capital budget, and reserves budget. There are also 3 attached documents that are the actual budget documents and a presentation to go through. So we're going to go through, start with, so the contents we're going to go through today in the presentation start with some discussion around the format of the budget. There are some changes from previous years. We'll talk about that in order to understand how to read these budget documents and what they present. Then we'll get into specifics around the operating budget, including a summary, some overview of revenue and expenditure, specific focus on the tax-supported budget, and a reconciliation from prior year to current year, the salary, wage, and personnel changes, some grant details and departmental summaries. After that, we'll get into the capital budget and capital investment plan, with a summary and highlights and some debt servicing projections, and then we'll do a item-by-item review of what's in the capital investment plan for the year. And then after that will be some talk about the reserve budget, including summaries and details of transfers to and from reserves from the operating fund. And then discussion on streetlight rates, an overall rate summary, and some alternatives to review. So, first step is budget format, so that I mentioned the 3 documents you all have here. The first one is the operating budget. I'm going to kind of go through just a quick example of each piece, just so everybody around the table and viewing in the internet can also understand what we're looking at. So the operating budget book.
Can I just interrupt for 1 sec?
Yeah.
Just to let council, well, you can obviously see the department heads are all here too. If you have specific questions, they're prepared to answer those questions.
Yeah, so I have the what, they have the why. So if you're asking questions about what a number is, I can get you that. If you have a question about what we're doing that makes that number, they're the ones who can answer that for you. Right, so the operating budget, this looks very similar to what you would have seen the last couple of years as the budget book. So it starts with a list of the rates as well as a summary by department. And here's a good point to mention that this was prepared under the old organizational structure where we had 4 departments. Since this has been put together, the infrastructure and operations department has been reorganized. It is now 2 different departments. So there will be a revised version of the budgets presented or returned to you. It won't change any of the actual stuff in it, it's just how it's presented. There will be 2 departments that are now in this document presented as 1 department. It is a very straightforward kind of drag and drop. These programs and these programs will just get separated out. And then there's the departmental summaries, and then each department program has its own sections with description of the program, some operating highlights for the year, and then the budget for revenues, salary and wage expenditures, cost of municipal service expenditures, and then other expenditures and transfers to and from reserves. Then there's the capital investment plan. This is a new document. It's a much more robust version of a capital budget than what would have been presented in previous years. So I'm going to go through some examples just to kind of make sure everybody understands what they're looking at. The first page is, it's a summary as well as a table of contents. So you can see the list of the division name, the name of the budget program. The first column of numbers is the total program budget, so that's for a 5-year period. The next column there, or the next 5 columns, are each of the individual annual portions of that. As with any year, the capital budget and capital investment plan are being approved. When this is approved, the only spending that is actually approved to happen is from that first year, the 25-26. The rest of it is a plan. It's, those will obviously come back to you each year to approve each annual spend within the capital budget. However, we try to include as much information about a 5-year plan as possible, partially for reporting to the province and partially just for awareness of what the plan is for the coming years. I want to flip to, and then there's an individual page for each of these programs. And as an example, I want to flip to page, it's page 14 of this document, just because it's a good example that shows a few of the different pieces. I'm not going to go through the details, I'm just talking about structure of these pages. So this is, you can see at the top, There's the department, the division, this one in particular, and then the program name. This one in particular is the Village of Chester Wastewater Upgrades and Expansion. Then each one will have a description of that program, and then some notes on the alignment with strategic priorities and objectives. So these are the pieces of the strategic priorities document that you approved last week that are applicable to that particular program. And then there's the funding details. And so you can see the list of funding sources. I picked this one because there are a number of funding sources in multiple years, so it's a good way to kind of walk through it. There are some abbreviations here. Happy to answer questions if any of them need them, like ICIP, that's the infrastructure, Investment in Canadian Infrastructure Program. HAF is the Housing Accelerator Fund, et cetera. So all of the applicable funding sources for each program are listed at the bottom. The first,
Excuse me, Tim,
yeah.
sorry, could you give us a page number?
Sorry, it's page 14 of the Capital Investment Plan document.
Page 14, okay, thank you.
Yeah. The first column is the 24-25 carry forward. That is representation of an estimated amount from the currently approved 24-25 budget that will be carried forward. So this is money that was approved to spend in the current year, but for which we didn't complete the expected amount of work. It's essentially how much do we expect to have spent by the end of March. The difference between that and the approved budget is carried forward. And then the other columns are incremental budget compared to that carry forward. So 25-26, that is the incremental amount to the carry forward. And if you look down to the bottom, you'll see in a box the total 2025-2026 budget, the 7.55 million. That is the combination of those first two columns. That's the total budget that we're looking to approve for the current year for that program. And then you can see the same information for each of the successive 4 years after that. And then the total program budget is the total 5-year plan for that program. Okay? In addition to the operating and capital budget documents, we have a reserve funds budget. This is another one that is new this year. In the past, it was not presented in as much detail as this, but it's something that's very helpful for planning and knowledge of expected balances and various reserves over the coming years. This one's a little bit more succinct than some of the other documents, as it's more of a summary of movement and balances. It includes, the first page is just a listing of all the different reserves. This is based on the report that I brought back to council a couple months ago about changes to reserve funds. So we're still in work on the policy changes there, but this is reflecting those changes that we discussed. So for example, there's no more wind energy reserve. Now there are those 3 separate reserves. And then the next page would have operating forecasts. So this is a little more detail for all the operating budgets over the next 5 years, including contributions into the reserve, uses, withdrawals to use for operating purposes, withdrawals to use for capital purposes, and assumed investment income for that reserve. I'd like to point out that this document is not complete and full in the way that there are some reserves that are not really discretionary, and so there wasn't as much scrutiny put into this initially for those reserves. So for example, the municipal lending programs is for the water funding, the PACE energy, PACE funding stuff. Those are not reserves that we could use as a funding source for a capital project or for operating uses. And so I haven't put the time and effort into presenting that here. There will be further updates that go into that one. Similarly, like the designated community fund, that's in and out. It's not something that's discretionary. So not all of these have had the same level of detail applied to them. However, there's been a focus on the ones that are those discretionary available to use for various operating and capital projects. Those ones have had a lot of time and effort put into them. The next page is the same thing, but for capital reserves. It's the exact same as the operating reserves, except there are no withdrawals to operating because we cannot do that on capital reserves. And then the last page of that document is the listing of transfers to and from the operating fund into and out of the various reserves over the coming years. So that's the overall structure and format of the budget documents that eventually you will be asked to approve and to pass that will make up the core of what is approved for the budget for the year. Okay. Back to the presentation. So this is the operating budget summary. You can see it has that high-level summary from the 4th page of the operating budget book. All the numbers presented for budget are presented as net expenditures. So that means that positive numbers are an expense, negative numbers in brackets are a revenue or a gain. And the net revenue, or net reserve contributions is the combined total of draws from reserves for operating funds per uses and contributions to reserves from that operating fund. Again, the details of the operating budget can be found in that operating budget document that's attached. The next 2 pages include pie charts that show the breakdown of municipal revenues, gross revenues. You can see that 41%, by far the largest portion of our revenues, are from residential property taxes, with smaller contributions from other services provided to other governments, as well as other property taxes and grants in lieu. And then those numbers get smaller for various other types of revenue that we receive. However, vast majority is made up from those couple of categories. On the expenditure side of things, the largest single category of expenditures, as always, is the non-discretionary stuff. Those are things like education contribution to the province, RCMP fees, as well as some remittances of taxes collected on behalf of others. So there are various organizations that can set tax rates on their own. They tell us what they are, we collect those taxes, we submit them to those organizations, fire departments, et cetera. The next largest category of expense is salaries and benefits. That makes up 21% of total expenditures for the organization, followed by 11% to transfers to reserves, 12% for more general operating expenditures. That's things like programming, insurance, all the operating stuff.
On your non-discretionary, I mean, you know that the RCMP costs are going up, that's all included?
Yes. So we haven't been given the specifics for the RCMP. We've had to make some assumptions on that one based on recent history. Some of the other ones we do have specific numbers already. For example, the education amount is based on uniform assessed values, which has been released, and so we can calculate exactly what that
Well, they
increase
gave
is.
us a notice just the other day on the RCMP.
Did they? I haven't seen that one yet. Have we got that?
I don't remember seeing it.
I saw an email circulating.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
they
well,
did.
once we do have that exact number, we've assumed, I'll get to it in the next
I
couple
know we got the
slides. but-
12-month notice the other day,
Well, we got
but
the
it wasn't,
yes.
the figure wasn't in it, yeah.
Councillor Vino?
I notice in revenue, we have transfers from reserves, and then in expenditures, we have transfers to reserves. You know, so one's 3, one's 11. Is that typical annually? Like, are we normally putting more into reserves than we're taking out? Is that?
Yes, generally, and in fact, this year, that discrepancy has actually shrunk a little bit. You can see, so the net contribution to reserve is $3 million, just over $3 million this year. I think in previous years, that number would be up around 5.
Yeah, and I'm just curious in terms of our reserve policy, because something it was always around, I never paid a lot of attention to it. You know, all told, we have many little bins that we have for reserves, you know, for a variety of uses. I think they all sum up to maybe around $90 million or something like that. You know, is that about normal historically, how much we've been carrying? You know, I don't know. In all our reserves, I'm just wondering, like, what's a normal amount? I don't think we have like any policy that I've ever reviewed as it relates to reserves, how much we should be holding, not holding. Of course, it's linked to our, you know, our 5 and 10 year outlooks, and what we'll need those reserves for. But you know, I don't know. It seems somewhat arbitrary, and I guess that's what I'm looking for.
So as you mentioned, there are a number of different reserves within our reserve funds, and they have various different purposes. Part of the policy work we're doing now to have that consistent book of policy that covers each of our different reserves is to set minimum and maximum target balances for each of those pools. So overall, there's not going to be a specific, you know, it should be $20 million or whatever, or a certain percentage of revenue. But within those pools, each of them, depending on their function and use, will have, you know, target balances.
It must obviously, hopefully it'll be something tied to some approved forecasted plan.
Some of them, yes. Others are, it depends on the use of the reserve, right?
I guess if it's computer like IT
Right.
or whatever, that's easy enough. You get, maybe there's a certain balance you need to maintain or whatever based on our
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
size. But, you know, other ones like, would, you know, if we're anticipating a lot of sewer growth or whatever, then you'd need a lot in the sewer reserve, I presume.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can get into details of this. Sewer reserve is more for operating funds, there's the infrastructure development
Poor
fund.
choice of words, but
Yeah, I understand.
I think you get where I'm going.
And I think this is, yeah, it's a good point. There will certainly be more conversation around reserves as that policy comes back to council and we talk about, you know, there hasn't been a lot of policy around reserves. That's part of why I brought that RFD back in, whenever that was, a couple months ago, in order to get that more structure and specificity around the reserves.
And
so
I'm
that
really keen on this whole topic, and, you know, and I've gone through blissful ignorance for many years here in council, but also, you know, and how do we, you know, I understand the province, and we're gonna get to this, it's farther in your slide deck about debt servicing and stuff, like there's our, you know, supported and tax-supported debt, and, you know, the province lays down certain parameters, but, you know, should we have our own policies on what we hope to, what window we should want to be in that's separate from what the province assigns to us?
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm jumping ahead now.
Yeah, these are all really good conversations, and I think this is a good time to say another thing is that the budget is all very intertwined. There are a lot of pieces that affect other pieces, and so I encourage conversation and questions, although sometimes I might say, we'll get to that a little later, and other times I might say, let's have a conversation, right? Because that's really good conversation that needs to be had.
Thanks, Tim. Councillor Connors?
Thank you. I felt I would be remiss if I didn't also mention under the mandatory contributions, the unknown around the library contribution. This is what we're, you know, banking on, if you will, in terms of the municipal units within Lunenburg Queens. We know that, and some of the municipal units have set their budgets. That's great. We're going to set ours. But it's still up in the air in terms of that provincial advocacy and approach to the province around the new funding formula for the libraries in Nova Scotia. And I know that we had a library meeting last evening, and I'm going to speak with the warden and the CAO at some point around the fact that we are looking at doing a letter from Lunenburg Queens municipal units, similar to at least two of the other regions in the province. I have copies of their letters as well, but just wanted to throw that out there. And here I am getting ahead of my library report next week, under committee reports. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and there certainly is some uncertainty around some budget items, and it becomes a particular issue around the non-discretionary stuff where we can't say, nope, we don't like that, right? We don't really have that option. Fortunately, I'll say that the larger ones tend to be based on specific data that we can calculate. But you're right, the library one, we have to make assumptions. The RCMP, we have to make assumptions because we don't get that information specifically until after we've already had to pass budget. So we make the best estimates that we can based on history and our knowledge of what's going on. But, you know,
And
estimates are estimates.
that's not unique, especially for the RCMP, that's not unique to this year. We
No.
generally go into budget knowing what the increase was last year, but we don't get that increase until usually after budget is already passed.
Yeah.
And so we forecast what we think those increases will be for this year based on the discussions, based on the discussions we've had with other CAOs and other finance directors and with the province Department of Justice, but they don't actually send us the actual increase for the year until after budget.
Yeah, and for libraries in particular, it's been flat for a number of years. And so we haven't been given indication that it's changing, so we are assuming flat on the library. So you're not going to see a lot of mention as we're talking about changes from one year to the other because there are no change there, but.
Councillor Vino?
And sorry to redirect you here, but back to the contributions to reserves, it just, why it's on my mind is like there are some transfers to reserves that we do sort of through policy in a way, like, you know, like sewer maybe or whatever, because it's collected through their EDUs that we have collecting sewer monies or whatever, and we put that aside, whatever we don't use. But I'm wondering if you can touch on it when you get to that point, how much of it is non-mandatory, like discretionary, in terms of what we decide we're going to transfer to reserves.
Yep, and we do have specific listing of all the different budgeted reserve transfers a little later on.
Yeah.
So we'll get to that.
That's crucial.
Yep,
Thanks,
Oh.
Tim, continue.
thank you. The next slide here is, we're getting into the tax-supported budget summary and reconciliation. So this is specifically focused on the items that are general property tax supported operating. So that would be all taxes and grants in lieu, less the ones that we've specifically allocated to reserves, such as a portion of the deed transfer tax and wind farm developers tax is another one that goes to reserve. So at the top, we have a short table here that shows the fiscal year from 24-25 to 25-26, including the net tax revenue and net tax supported expenditures, as well as the change. So you can see that the proposed increase in net tax revenue is $499,000 from year over year. That's a 2.8% increase from last year. And the net tax supported expenditures are increasing by $799,978, or almost 800. That's a 4.5% increase. And we'll get into the details of what goes into those changes as we go forward here. Down below that table is the detail of that tax supported revenue side. So the changes in the tax supported revenue for the year in this budget as presented include a reduction in revenue available for general purposes from the deed transfer tax. That is based on an increase in allocating deed transfer tax to the infrastructure development reserve, moving from 50% in the previous year to 75% in 25-26. That is offset by an increase in assessed values. That contributes to $735,000 increase in revenue, and a proposed 1.1 cent increase on both commercial and residential rates. As the budget is presented, we will get into discussion of options for rate changes at a later point, but the vast majority of this budget has been prepared based on that 1.1 cent increase. And that contributes $263,000, or almost $264,000 to the revenue. The next page we're going to spend a little more time on. This is the reconciliation of tax-supported expenditures from year to year. So we've talked a lot about these first three already, the ones that are highlighted in that kind of peachy orangish color there at the top. Those are the non-discretionary ones, or the largest pieces of the non-discretionary. The education amount and the PVSC contribution, that's Property Valuation Services Corporation. Those are both based on uniform assessed values, which we've talked in previous years about the time lag of uniform assessed values versus taxable assessed values, and how the big spike in property values in this province over the past couple of years have led to, you know, we're still seeing large increases in uniform assessment, but the increase in taxable values has reduced compared to the last few years. So we're kind of trailing impact on these expenses. The total of those three, the education amount, the assumed RCMP contribution, which we've estimated at a 6.2% increase this year, and the PVSC amount, those combine for a total of about $864,000 increase in expense for the year in non-discretionary things. Yeah. The next category in green, these are our salary and wage pieces. So there are some growth positions in the budget this year that we will get into the details of later. The net tax funded portion of those growth positions is $296,719. Then there are some savings from that departmental reorg we discussed earlier, where the Infrastructure and Operations Department has been carved out into two. There was the director position for that previous department that FTE is being reclassified to a engineer in training position, somebody who can come in maybe more fresh out of school at a much lower, obviously, than a department head. So the tax-supported savings in the budget from that reorg is just over $70,000. Employee compensation changes account for $163,658 of increase. So this is everything other than the growth position. Well, essentially this whole page here, each item is exclusive of all other items, right? We're not double counting anything. So when I say employee compensation, that is exclusive of growth, exclusive of the other pieces that we mentioned here. Council remuneration is up $45,000 this year. And there's a savings on building inspector salaries as we've approved funding portions of that from the Housing Accelerator Fund for $105,000. The total of those salary pieces is $330,000. The rest of these are,
If I can.
Yeah.
Just on the housing accelerator fund you're using for building inspection services or salaries, that's a this year item only.
yes, I believe so. That was part of the growth in building inspector program, right?
But
We had to hire
but
some new
if we didn't
positions.
have that grant,
That would go back to salary.
to go back to
Yes.
regular road of operating. Okay.
And then in the blue is the rest of the stuff that isn't those two categories we've already talked about. So, snow removal contracts, there is an increase in the budget of $68,790, and this is to deal with the growth in sidewalk construction. We've got more sidewalks, it's gonna cost us more to clear the snow from those. This also includes some of the new sidewalks that are in the capital budget, so they haven't been built yet, but we're expecting to build them before the snow flies. And so, again, this interconnectedness of budget pieces where theoretically, if council were to say, no, we don't want to build any more sidewalks, there would save capital, it would also reduce operating. Not suggesting that's what council's interested in, we've heard your strategic priorities, they definitely include sidewalks. The next piece here is insurance. This is one that's sort of non-discretionary, but not really. Like, yes, we could always change the level of coverage we have for insurance, but that's a much bigger project than just saying, no, we don't want to pay that. That's an increase of just about $34,000 in tax-supported funding. The next one is some increases in the tax-supported operating expenses in the finance program. And so that's an increase of $75,600, primarily due to some increases in software services. That would be mostly the new budget software we're implementing, which, by the way, we did not use to build this budget. We're still working on implementation. That'll be a next year thing. I'm sure it'll save me a few hours. An increase in rebates and exemptions, and mostly this is to kind of catch up the budget to what we've been seeing in those rebates and exemptions over the years. It's not that we're expecting a huge spike, it's that the budget was not appropriately aligned with those in the past. As well as some tax sale costs for some particular properties. It's a smaller piece. The next item is some tax-supported information technology program operating expenses for an increase of $32,500. Again, this is mostly software licensing cost increases and a slight increase in reserve contributions that went along with what we talked about a couple weeks ago in increasing that IT equipment reserve contribution. Next is tax-supported recreation operating expenses for an increase of $17,800. So this is primarily due to the budget for special projects. That's the Hemlock Woolly at HWA? Aphid? Is that how that's pronounced? Okay. At Adelgid. Anyway. There is an increase in tax-supported spending on regional EDI, anti-racism and accessibility program of $24,000. This is due to an increase in public engagement and programming and website development budgets. And then we get into some areas where we've actually had some savings in tax-supported spending, starting with economic development operating expenses, a reduction in $87,000. This is due to a combination of reduced spending budget of $55,500 and an increase in reserve funding of $31.5. So this is, we talked about this in that strategic priorities workshop, about increasing the funding of those kind of lumpy one-off, not just core operating functions of economic development, and finding ways to kind of leverage economic development reserve balances to serve service delivery as well as not having fluctuating impacts to tax rates. Next is in the planning program area, savings of $55,000. So this is due to some reduced budget spending, so water quality monitoring, uniform signage spending, and some other various incremental pieces. Municipal properties operating expenses, tax-supported expenditures have gone down by 112 or almost 113,000. This is primarily due to some deferred maintenance in light of the new facilities discussions that have been going on. We've looked at the facilities and saying, if we're not expecting to be here for 25 more years, or in the various facilities, then perhaps we can slow down some of that maintenance operating activity. There was also a bit of a spike in maintenance budget in the past year, so it's not just reducing from a standard. There was an increase last year to cover some things that needed to be done, and so it's kind of a combination of those two things. The Public Works Program, there's been a reduction of $53,000. Again, reduced maintenance and repair budgets. This one is more to align with historic actuals. I think we've had budget there, and we look at the practice of what's happened for those expenditures and said, no, we've never actually spent that much on average, so we're going to reduce the budget for that to align better. In roads, there's a savings of almost $34,000 compared to last year. This is, there was a particular debenture that ended, so there's some reductions to debt servicing costs. And there was a standing item budget for some engineering services that we found we hadn't been using. So again, aligning with historic actuals to reduce that budget line item. In the Kaiser Meadow Industrial Park, marketing and promotions has been reduced by $40,500. We've reduced capital from revenue from one year to the next, so that would be capital projects purchased from operating revenues. There was $105,900 last year, and there was more of it last year than there is this year by that amount. Other revenue contributions. This one is intermunicipal funding for shared service work or permits and fees for various things, all these little revenue items that contribute to our operating, to offset operating costs. The total of those revenues has been increased by $126,700. So yeah, that's interest income, intermunicipal fees, permits, et cetera. The landfill dividend, this is one that's a new item in the budget this year. It's to reflect some changes that have been going on around the landfill. Up until last year, we were under a cost-sharing agreement with one of our primary customers at the landfill. And we had what was the host fee or the admin fee. That was a portion of certain revenues that we could take into general funds before calculating the shared cost with our cost-sharing partner. Now that that agreement has changed to just a fee-for-service contract, there's no longer a host fee piece to anything because we don't need to carve out a piece of revenue before sharing because we're not doing that sharing calculation anymore. And so to replace that, what had been this admin fee contribution to general funds, what we've applied is a 5% of gross revenue for the landfill external revenue, so from our partners in other municipalities as well as people who pay to drop off landfill materials. 5% was selected because basically it's a one-for-one replacement. We had been collecting about $230,000 to $240,000 a year in this admin fee. 5% of gross revenues is $241-ish, so it was a good clean switch. Obviously,
Sorry, Tim. Councilor Vino has a question.
I'll go after he's done.
So there is, with the change in cost sharing, with some of the other changes in, equipment that we're looking at using that'll change the long-term financial outlook for the landfill, there is room for increasing that dividend from 5%. The $240,000 is less than it will sustain. 6% was selected for now as, I want to be conservative and cautious about making changes. I don't want to make a big change and then have to undo it because of some unforeseen difference. However, the long-term outlook for the landfill as a financial component is significantly beneficial to the organization, and there is capacity to increase that dividend over the time.
I was just going to comment that, a dividend of 5% over on sales, basically.
Yeah, gross revenue.
That's, yeah, I know, we're the government, not private sector, but that's a pretty low profit margin. I mean, no business would ever undertake such an operation for that reason. Yet, I am acutely aware that there are quite a number of private sector businesses that have entered into the landfill business. So one can only stand to reason that they would not be pursuing that if they were getting 5% return on their money. And also one of the key drivers for us changing the nature of of our contract was to get away from the fixed host fee arrangement to one where we could benefit from the potential profit that an operation like a landfill could generate. So, you know, I feel like, you know, as a business person, I'm not at all concerned about trying to realize a more reasonable profit from a venture like this. And frankly, if we rose it up to a higher level, which we'll discuss in the future here in this later on, you know, and it didn't work out, then we should be questioning whether why we want to be in this business in the first place, for the doing all this work and employing all this and all the complexity that comes with it for a couple $100,000. It's lunacy. So, anyways, I just wanted to seed those thoughts for later on when we have an opportunity to speak about it again.
And this is another great point to talk about the interconnectedness of operating capital and reserve. So any change in a given year, we're talking about 25, 26, if you increase or reduce that dividend that comes to general funds, that has a direct one-to-one impact to the reserve contribution to the solid waste operating reserve, because that's where all the excess funds. So in the current budget, the 25, 26 contribution to solid waste operating is $622,000. There's also a contribution to the asset retirement obligation reserve from the landfill for $269,000. So the combination of all those and this is essentially what you would call the profit at the landfill. If you take revenue less expenditures, it's those numbers all added together. And what we've done is we've got, you know, this piece, the dividend, is coming into general funds, and the rest of it gets put to reserves. And it's, any change to those is just a shift in the balance between where that profit is being allocated to.
And
Councillor Vino.
and what we call reserve in the private sector would be called retained earnings.
Yeah.
In the private sector. Retained earnings. You know, and there's a place for that, of course. You don't want to starve your company by not plowing some of the money back in.
Yeah, and part of using the term dividend is to kind of mirror that private sector, right? That is the dividend back to the owner of the company, whereas the retained earnings are held in that reserve to be used potentially to smooth out any impact of future.
But I think it drives an important discussion which we've never had here and will have. But I'll give a little anecdote, if it's okay, with the indulgence of this council. You know, when I was in my youth developing products for a company, you know, we forecast the cost of production of this product. And I remember I was working for a German company, and we had strict targets on what our minimum EBIT was, earnings before interest and taxes. You know, even if it could make profit, but if it were below that threshold, we weren't interested. So it drives a conversation later that we'll have, I hope, on what the minimum earnings or dividend percentage we would expect from this operation in order to be interested in continuing on with it. You know, I would maybe argue possibly that maybe 5% it would be too low, but, you know, possibly. And that's a discussion we should have, I believe, because what it does is it informs our decisions on how we operate that business. You know, it also gives guidance to staff that are running it. If they understand that we are expecting a dividend of a certain percentage, they will turn the knobs in that business to ensure that that's the outcome, at the minimum outcome. And so I feel like that's sort of, in a way, a policy decision we have to discuss and undertake. What is the expectation that we would want from an from this business that we're operating with the taxpayers' money?
Yeah, and if we were looking at like a earnings before interest and taxes perspective on this, like that would be your net profit essentially, right? Adjusted slightly. In this case, that would be the $622,000 that we're budgeting to contribute to the solid waste reserve, plus the $290,000 that's budgeted for that dividend. So it's a little over $900,000 on $4.2 million of revenue. So it's the EBIT in this case is much higher than 5%. The dividend is the 5% or the 6% in this case.
I agreed Andre, to a point, but I think, you know, it's hard to compare apples to oranges, especially in the landfill, because, I mean, yes, you look at it as a business, absolutely, but you have to look at where you're gonna make up the cost. Is it gonna be on the taxpayer? The convenience for our municipality, that people can take their stuff. I think those are, it's hard to make a formula to figure out how much value that adds. And I think we should absolutely have a look at that as well, but, and I know I come from the private sector too, I understand all of that stuff. It's just that, it's hard to make that comparison, in my view. Ward member.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, I don't mind having the discussion. I always like to have a discussion on how we can improve things, but the landfill is a complex matter, and it has to do with what we're charging our own citizens too, and the convenience to them, and there is a price for that. But also, I just want to add that we have existing contracts with customers that haven't expired yet. When they expire and come to an end, we may decide to increase the fee structure, but at the moment we can't, you know. And if you get a new customer, you may want to charge them more, but at the moment we don't. But, you know, like, so it's kind of depends on how it evolves and what, you know, the new contracts. I mean, we're very competitive in the landfill business, that's a given.
Yeah, and now with Scott coming in and joining us as our new Director of Solid Waste, we've been looking at, and we'll be bringing back to council, some discussion around fees, right? There are some areas where the fees could be updated. There hasn't been as much work on that as could
Yeah,
have been
especially
done.
into the private sector clients and things like that.
exactly.
I mean, but the contracts we have already are in place. We already, whether it increases by inflation or whatever the case may be, we can't change them until they expire, so.
Yep.
That's great, yeah, great discussion.
Yeah, I guess my only commentary is that, you know, I feel like as taxpayers, we're all shareholders in this in this landfill, in a way. And, you know, I think that now that we've got that changed around, the nature of this contract, it's not just a host fee. Now we get the opportunity to talk as the board of directors for those shareholders of what it is that they should expect for a dividend on their investment. And that's really the philosophical discussion that we're gonna have hopefully in about an hour.
Yep. And the
Well, I don't think it's gonna change this year's budget, because we can't change the contracts.
Well, it changes how much we put to reserves versus how much we produce as a dividend to our shareholders, the taxpayers.
A lot of the reserve accounts are there to cover the costs of closing the landfill down and closing the cells and things
I
like
would
that.
suggest that may not actually be what we're talking about.
Thank you. Tim?
one more item on this page, although it's literally just called everything else. That's because I was.
What kind of term is that in economics?
You may not be amazed, or you may be at just how much running in circles it takes to put together this kind of analysis. And so when I get to the end and there's no changes that are more than a few $1,000s, it becomes less worth chasing each of those individual ones. So everything else in the tax-supported budget makes up a total of $1.1 million spending, and that's an increase of $23,000 over last year. And if you want more details about that, I am sorry.
Councilor Vino.
One final question about, on this page, about the economic development operations. So I see 55,000 reduced spending and then increased reserve funding of, so what, can somebody explain exactly? I'm confused on what that is exactly and how that's broken apart like that.
Sure, yeah. So the increased reserve funding is that conversation we had about, using that economic development reserve to fund, to the fluctuating costs of economic development operations in particular. So essentially, the new path forward in that area is, so we've got salaries and wages, we've got, office costs and your standard, like, keeping the lights on type costs. Those are tax supported, still will be. Everything else, your marketing budgets, your business support, your sponsorships, the things that can fluctuate year to year are now being funded from that operating reserve. And so the total actually there for the operating reserve funding is 126,500 for the year. That's an increase over last year's reserve funding of various projects that are in that category. It's just kind of growing the reserve funding of those types of projects. It was done for specific stuff in the past, now it's being done for a little bit more. Does that help?
Yeah, and I can't remember, how much do we actually have in the reserve?
That reserve has an estimated balance at the end of the recent fiscal year of about $3.3 million.
3 points.
Yeah.
And is this the same reserve that we put wind money in?
Yes, this is what used to be 1/3 of the wind energy reserve and is now its own reserve. The function is still exactly the same. It receives 1/3 of net wind revenues each year, and it's used for various functions. It's the component of the wind energy reserve that doesn't really have specific, like, you know, the community development piece gets used for council community grants, capital grants, that type of stuff. The other portion goes into general reserves. This one is for economic development purposes, and historically, we haven't been using anywhere near as much as we've been contributing, so it's just been growing year over year. So there is capacity there to offset the impact of tax rates and fluctuating, you know, budgets by funding it from that reserve.
Yeah, and do we have any kind of historical, because as you mentioned, haven't been accessing that very much.
No.
Do we have any sense annually how much we've been pulling from it?
It changes year to year. I don't have the information specifically in front of me, but I could put that together
Yeah,
for
like, is
historic.
like,
It's been very little, and
Yeah.
it's been primarily like one-off project, special project kind of stuff, but it's been very little.
yeah, I guess that's why I'm wondering, like, maybe that would be another interesting thing to look at. Maybe we are contributing too much to that reserve if it's just gonna continue to grow and grow forever until some future council's like, what's this big bag of money here? And they
Yeah.
do something else with it.
Yeah, and we have found it's not just these operating expenses within economic development that we're proposing using that fund for. There's also some of the work around the future recreation facility. We'll get into some discussion about that a little later, but there's some use of that for, using some of that for resources towards that target as well.
Okey doke.
Okay, now we're back into a more, so that was all net tax supported budget, you know, directly funded by general property taxes. Now I'm gonna talk more about salary and wages, and this is back into that gross world. So this includes spending from, you know, things like the landfill that are self-supported. And this is a reconciliation. This is similar to what we would have shown you in previous years, just with updated numbers, obviously, to show what goes into our salary wage budget. So the total salary wage and benefit budget for the year is set at 7.71 million. 297,000 of that is council remuneration and benefits. 156,000 of that is committees and casual positions. The staff salary and wages is just under 6 million, and there's a detailed breakdown below that we'll get to in a minute. Overtime's budgeted at almost 170,000. This has been consistent. Employee benefits, which of course are driven by wages and benefits, 1.36 million. And then there's a 3% vacancy allowance used this year for 239,000 and change. And we can see so that's for the new councillors or for anyone listening who hasn't been familiar with that. That is a offset to salary budget to accommodate the idea that we budget for 100% capacity of all approved positions at all times generally. However, we know that that's not a realistic scenario. And so we have this slight offset to budget to account for the fact that there will be turnover. There will be times that there are vacancies. There will be times when we hire somebody at less than what we've budgeted for them. And to account for that in the budget, we have this. In the last few years, we've seen much higher amounts, but as with most things, I like to be a little bit conservative. I don't want to estimate too high and then overshoot. So we've gone with 3% for this budget. And then you can see a breakdown of that almost $6 million and how that has gone by department and what the changes from last year's budget to this year's budget are. So you can see the breakdown of the proposed growth positions impact, the step increases, that is people who are existing employees who are moving between steps in the salary bands on their reviews, assuming they're successfully achieving the goals of their position. Cost of living adjustments that were approved a couple weeks back. And then other, so this would be those turnover. If we've budgeted for somebody as an existing employee and then they leave and we hire somebody else, the difference between those two salaries is captured in this turnover. Annualization would be if we've approved a position of growth in a previous year and we budgeted it for it to start halfway through the year, Annualization would be capturing the other half a year of budget for that position. So all those other pieces are captured in that bottom line there. To show kind of where all these different pieces are. You might notice that the proposed growth positions total is higher than what was on that previous slide. Again, that's to that difference of tax supported versus gross. Here's one I'm sure that will generate very little discussion. This is the listing and description of the succession planning and growth. So these are the proposed growth positions that are included in this draft budget. Some of these you'll be more familiar with. None of them are totally new, to being told to you. They are totally new positions. The first one, Emergency Management Coordinator. This was through that updated agreement with REMO. 1/3 of that is to be funded through REMO, but that is a full-time body with 1/3 of funding being received from elsewhere. A Human Resources Coordinator. This is a key need that was identified through the salary and benefits review and engagement process that we went through in 2023. It was an identified gap in the support that we have for our staff. Heavy Equipment Operator for the Industrial Shredder. Again, this one has technically already been approved when you approved that budget for the shredder, but that is a growth position. We have 2 landfill laborer scale house support. That's not different positions. That is, the and is part of one position. These are for general labor as well as supporting the scale house work. Right now, I believe we just have 1 employee who is assigned to the scale house, which makes it very difficult because 1 employee cannot work every single hour that our landfill is open.
These 2 positions will also allow us to free up some of the capacity of our 2 heavy equipment operators we currently have that we're paying to do some of the general labor at the heavy equipment operator rate. So it'll be a more efficient use of the 2 heavy equipment / laborer positions that we have, rather than adding additional heavy equipment operators.
Yeah, and that's a great segue into talking about some of the overall approaches to the growth positions. What we've taken as more of a strategy here is to try and find ways that we can leverage resources to kind of hopefully open up more work than what we're actually proposing to pay extra for. So this is one area where we would hire a laborer, and that would free up some of the time for the landfill heavy equipment operators to then alleviate the need for more heavy equipment operators, which are paid at a higher level than laborer. That approach has been taken kind of throughout a lot of these, and I'll bring it up where I specifically feel it's worth mentioning. Recreation Facilities Lead. This is a 2-year term position to support that recreation facilities discussion. This one is proposed to be funded from the Economic Development Reserve, so I mentioned this just a few minutes ago. We have 2 seasonal public works laborers. This is to meet the growing frontline demands of our public works department, specifically through the spring and summer months when there's that more work to be done outside. A records management and freedom of information officer. So this is sort of a continuation of the succession planning for one employee who is nearing retirement, who was wearing 3 different hats. We've hired a procurement officer to take that function away from him. This is the piece that would be needed to cover the other. Initially, last year, when we proposed the procurement officer, we had naively assumed that we could absorb the rest of this work into other people's desks and time. Recent happenings have shown us that that's not a reasonable expectation. The demands on FOIP in particular is huge, and the fact that we've basically been neglecting our records management processes for a few years now while we deal with the growing procurement demands has a significant need for a full-time body to cover those positions.
Yeah, there's some risk there we need to manage, and we haven't, because of, like you said, the increased demand with respect to the procurement piece, we've been neglecting that, and so we really do feel that we need to replace that position and replace that capacity.
We have, this is another one where, about leveraging positions to achieve greater results. So 2 customer service clerks. This is a proposal that would have 2 positions, primarily located at the front counters in the finance department. However, they would be cross-functional employees. They would be providing that very front line, answering the phones, answering people's questions, the basic stuff that a frontline customer service clerk can do for any, like in finance, public works, solid waste, sewers, all those stuff, in order to help take some of that frontline demand off of other staff who could then take their time to be delivering more of the service that we're hoping to achieve from their resourcing. This is, like I said, it's a cost-effective way to free up some resources for capacity of other staff, and it provides a more centralized frontline customer experience for residents. So these people would be cross-trained in every department essentially for all that frontline work, so that there would be less of, oh yeah, great, you need to talk to this person here. It'd just be, yeah, great, I can help you, right? This is, again, it's interdepartmental, it's cross-functional. We haven't sorted out all the details of exactly which functions for which departments, who's their boss gonna be, all that stuff. For the sake of this budget, it's been loaded with the costs, 1/3 of the costs in each of the sewer, public works, and finance departments. However, that might fluctuate just where it's allocated as we sort out the exact function of these roles. The next one is a wastewater operator in training. That's to deal with succession risk and just institutional need. We only have one wastewater operator at the moment, or is it two? I forget exactly.
One full-time wastewater treatment plant
Yeah.
operator, and then we have one who is split between
Right.
Public Works and the landfill.
Yeah, that's a
So they
big risk,
provide support
especially
there.
with the growth in
But we know-
wastewater.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the other one is in the development officer area. This one would be partially funded through an increased service provision to Mahone Bay. They already pay for a portion of our planning and development operations, and they've expressed an interest in increasing that, that usage. And we also have a need for that as well. This has been put in here as a development officer in training, but I think there has been some discussion over the years of what exactly is our need and how do we meet that. I don't know if,
Yeah, so I think this is a position where actually what we would hope is that we hire somebody fully trained in, whoops, sorry. There we go. We would hope that we would hire somebody fully trained as a development officer, but knowing that that is, it can be a difficult position. In our, the last time we went out for this position, we were unable to find somebody full-time, and so we hired a .6 position. We know that that can be a difficult position to hire, so we may have to bring somebody in to train into the position. There's no specific program schooling-wise that you go to school to be a development officer, so lots of times they're coming from like a planning technician kind of background. And, you know, there's only 2 schools in the Maritimes that offer that type of program, so it can be a difficult one to fill. Lots of times, if you do get someone with experience, it's because you're taking them from another municipal unit. So if we have to, we'll do it as a development officer in training, but we would like to, in order to increase our capacity and to provide some additional service to Mahone Bay, which they have requested, and not several times they've requested it from us, and we haven't had the capacity to do it. But because we know we have a .6 position now, and that the individual filling that position, you know, is semi-retired, so we know that we don't want to be in a position where that person decides in a year or two that they've decided to retire, and then we're left in a position where we only have one person and we're really stuck. So we do need some capacity there to have somebody else trained in. So we think this is the opportunity to do that and to get some
Councillor
funding for
Connors.
it.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure, just while we're still on that same slide, and I know I'm, excuse me, jumping ahead, but when we get to the discussion around holding the tax rate or not, I know that it's no secret that certainly myself and one other councillor have been really keenly interested in holding the tax rate. It's certainly part of our discussions to this point. So, referencing that, I look at that slide, and then I go back to this slide. And so just for clarification, 2 identified areas that we could look at would be certainly that landfill dividend tax rate. But in terms of consideration of cutting, once we get to the slide, it's there, cutting 2 potential growth positions, and one of them is the seasonal public works labor, one of the 2, and one of the 2 of the customer service interdepartmental clerk. So I just kind of, because we're fresh on the discussion now, I just wanted I wanted to throw that out there. I know that everybody's an adult here and we are all intelligent and we all know this, but those are two positions on this slide is what we were thinking about, or what you had proposed as an idea down the road in this presentation.
Yeah.
So it's important to keep in mind. Fresh on the cusp of what you had just kind of clarified all here. Thank you.
Yeah, and primarily those roles are targeted at, you know, delivering service that is not necessarily being met to the greatest ability currently, as well as leveraging that work from, you know, the various staff that are dealing with frontline requests rather than, you know, delivering the service that they're intended to be. The next slide, we have some expenditures on grants. This is just a standing item in our budget presentations of all the different grants that are included in the budget. So there are $284,690 of those budgeted grants, which are broken down on the right-hand side here. There's $33,000 in operating grants, $70,000 in district grants, that's $10,000 per district, $25,000 recreation grant, $4,000 in each of youth sponsorships and leadership grants. There's $6,000 economic development sponsorship grant. Then there are the major capital grants for $100,000 and community capital for $43,500. Those are the ones that would have been reviewed and approved at a recent meeting. And then there are fire protection grants budgeted for $10,000. The budgeted grants that are broken down a little further include $2,000 to Card Lake Park, $25,000 for the Chester Arts Center, $200,000 for Church Memorial Park. This is a one-time $125,000 increase over their usual $75,000 per year. That was based on the request that they brought a month or two ago, was it? There's $11,500 for Community Wheels, $10,700 for Lunenburg County Senior Safety, $490 for New Ross Regional Development Society, $25,000 for the Chester Playhouse, and $10,000 for the New Ross Trails Society.
Councilor Vino.
Thank you. Can you remind me where the one-time increase of the $125,000, where it's coming from?
That's coming from general operating reserve, I believe. Let me double check. Yep, that's from the general operating reserve for this year.
Yep.
Yeah, a number of these are funded from reserves. For example, the council grants are the community development reserve. That 125 for Church Memorial Park. There was another one, the economic development sponsorship, that's from the economic development reserve. There's all sorts of different funding sources for these. The next four slides are they're taken from the operating budget book, that summary of each department. We'll remind that the first three columns here are net expenditures, so that's, if it's a negative number, that's a net gain or revenue. If it's a positive number, that's a net spend. These numbers in the table, in the main table, are presented before transfers to and from reserves, and then the net transfer to reserve is included in the bottom of the table, the second to the bottom row, right at the bottom there. One thing that's included in these slides that is not in the budget book is this discussion of the variances. So changes from one year to the next and what has contributed to those changes primarily. While the first three columns are presented as net expenditures, the third one is a variance column, or the fourth one is a variance column. So in that case, it's favorable and unfavorable variances. So a positive number is a favorable variance, a reduction in expense or an increase in revenue. A negative number there would be an increase in expense and or a reduction in revenue. So under the council program, there's been an increase of $35,000 year over year. This is primarily due to increased compensation costs for council and increased grant spending, which is reserve funded, partially offset by election costs. There's ideally not going to be an election this year, so we'll save some money on that. Not a municipal election, I should say. There will be an election this year. Corporate strategic management / CAO, the budget there has gone up by $99,000 year over year. That's primarily due to the new HR coordinator position and some special projects contribution for the mayor versus wardens report and the communications consulting, which is reserve funded. Lunenburg County Anti-Racism and Diversity and Lunenburg County Accessibility are slight increases. Oh, this is where I should clarify that those are new programs in your budget. They're not new operating functions. Those were previously captured under the CSM/CAO. And for clarity and transparency, we've decided to present those as their own separate programs this year. So if you were looking back at last year's budget, the total for the CAO program would be the combined total of those three programs now. But we've broken them out for a little bit more clarity and you know, visibility for those budgets. The contingency, this is one that it contains a $50,000 reserve funding contingency expenditure budget. It's something that we keep in place. It doesn't tend to get used. If there was some, you know, emergency need for spending and didn't have an opportunity for council to approve that, it would be up to the CAO's discretion to do that. This is also where we put that vacancy allowance that we talked about for the salary and wage, so that's an offsetting negative expenditure. Policing and corrections, as we discussed before, we've assumed a 6.2% increase in our CMP costs for the year. Emergency measures, so that's the new EMC position that we discussed already, partially offset by the recovery of the portion of that position from Remo. Fire protection, minimal year-over-year increase, $2,000. Economic development savings of $40,900. That's reduced business support costs and various other operating expenses that added up to $13K, partially offset by some increase in salaries. The Kaiser Meadow Industrial Park has that previously mentioned reduction in marketing and promotions budget. And the school board contribution has gone up by $670,000 based on that non-discretionary portion. Community development and recreation. So under animal control, there's a slight reduction in budget for the year, primarily due to just a reduction in legal expense. That's another one of those areas where we looked at historical actuals and said, no, we're over budgeting for this, let's reduce that a little bit. Bylaw has a slight increase due to the salary changes. Building inspection has savings of $89,000. So a big part of that is the housing accelerator funding for the building inspectors. Increased permit revenues, reduction in cost due to the scanning project that was budgeted previously, partially offset by salary increases and increased mileage, again, to better align with historic actuals. Pardon me. Fire inspection budget has gone up by about $7,000, primarily due to salary changes. Planning, savings of $110,000, so that's a bunch of stuff goes into that. Lower consulting budget, so $140K change, that's reserve funded. Reduction in water monitoring, uniform signage, and various other expenditures. Partially offset by the development officer position we just talked about, and some other salary increases. Recreation budget has gone up by $223,000. A big chunk of that is the recreation facilities lead position we've discussed, which is reserve funded. The one-time increase to the Church Memorial Park, and the special project budget for the HWA.
Councillor Connors?
Again, I should know this, but under the recreation, recreation facilities lead position, 86, and one-time increase, of course, of 125. So for my notes, the 125, obviously one time, is one time. We're not talking next year, we're talking, that was the assumption that I'm potentially going to approve the budget, you know, not today, but next week. Okay, so one time, 125 plus the 75 that we will be granting them. Okay, clarifying that for my community members. And the 86,000 for the rec facility lead position, again, was that a 2-year idea?
Yes.
So.
That's 2-year reserve funded position, yeah.
Yeah, so again, 86 and 86.
Yeah.
Right, okay, again, I know, just again clarifying. Okay, that's those are the statements around this year's budget for when I'm potentially going to approve this year's budget. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Church?
Thank you. But just to make a note on the Church Memorial Park, I believe they're coming in soon with maybe just a report. That one-time 125 increase to their budget, I anticipate by looking at their finances that they will be asking for more than $75,000, which we've been giving to them for a 4-year term. I'm just saying it's going to be something that You know, they're not able to, they're not fundraising, they're not a fundraising board, they're running a facility. So I'm just saying, we need to be realistic in that they will be coming in, I don't know what amount, but I anticipate that they certainly will be looking for more than the 75,000 per year.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, I think everybody around the council table has sort of thought about that. Councillor Connors?
Certainly, thank you. So I appreciate the discussion on Church Memorial Park, and I'm not shocked, but my shock was 10 years ago. And I made it public 10 years ago, that the mandate and the work of the board, and the fact that, and Chad will recall this because I talked about capacity building, and the fact that I didn't see that facility and the board that was running the facilities doing what I thought. But again, I'm only one person. I thought that they would be proactive and actually be doing so that we're not in this situation. And I'm just saying that. I would say that to any of the board members, and I have. So, no, I'm not shocked with the fact that they're coming in looking for more money, and it will be next year as well. But my shock was 10 years ago, and my disappointment there.
Councillor Bremner?
Thank you, Deputy Asif. I want to get in on this topic because I don't want to see us going community against community on a facility that we know it's going to cost us money. I'm going to give credit where credit's due. Yes, Councillor Connors, you're absolutely right. This should have been dealt with years ago. This was sung out many years ago. I don't see them becoming a big money maker, but I do see an improvement this last 6 months that I've been involved with them and the process they're taking. We have to make it clear to them that we want them to operate in a way that they can balance things and do better. We all can do better. But I sure don't want us to become individually communityized about the need for a facility like that and the function it will roll. We heard our presentation of growth. That's a huge part of this where we're going forward as a community. And I have stood beside for all my life in this community, folks from Chester Basin, folks from New Ross, folks from Blandford, that have all participated and they've all enjoyed it. So I'm very, very strongly saying we have to look at that big picture. And I know you are looking at that big picture as well as representing your community. This is not a moneymaker. This is never going to be a moneymaker, in my opinion, unless something drastically changes. But I would say they are doing better, and I want to support what I can as a councillor to see this opportunity in a community that will grow. Thank you.
Councillor Connors?
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bremner. Absolutely. I have been speaking the words of Church Memorial Park as a municipal recreation facility since my start on council. I do see it as a municipal recreation facility. And certainly the residents of my district support the facility and frequent the facility just as they do other facilities when it comes to recreation, whether it be in Bridgewater, in Berwick, in Kentville, and so on, because of just the nature of recreation and traveling patterns. So I am in full support of, and have been, the municipal recreation facility. I was just voicing some of my thoughts out loud as we can do here, and thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Tim?
Now, for the department formerly known as Infrastructure and Operations, under municipal properties, a reduction is $68,000, so primarily those reduced maintenance and repairs costs we discussed earlier, and capital from revenue, and engineering services, partially offset by consulting support for asset management project, which is reserve funded, and as well as some increased salaries. The Public Works budget has reduced by $48,900 due to some savings from that departmental reorg that we discussed earlier as well. Some other salary budget savings and increased revenue budget with reduced repairs and maintenance budget, partially offset by those seasonal laborers and the customer service clerk contribution. Roads budget has gone up by $35,000 year over year, primarily due to the increased snow clearing, but then partially offset by a reduced budget for engineering services. The streetlight budget nets to zero. We'll talk about those a little later. Sewers down about $11,000. Savings from the departmental reorg are also achieved here somewhat, as well as there's some reduced capital from revenue spending and other expenditures, partially offset by the new wastewater operator and training position that we've discussed. The waste collection program, savings of about $112,000. So an increase in revenue makes up the majority of that, offset by some increased transportation costs. The landfill, there's a reduction in an increase in net budget of $1.15 million. So this is almost entirely due to debt servicing costs. That's the repayments of the financing for Cell 3B came into play in the coming year. With some other changes due to growth positions and other salary increases, a slight reduced budget for revenue, increased repairs and maintenance, partially offset by, again, a piece of that departmental reorg, and reduced capital from revenue spending. The recycling program has increased budget by about $5,000, so that's primarily the increased Region 6 contributions with some other offsetting pieces from salary. And then the wind turbine has a slight change. This is entirely contributed to reserves. It's the net of operating our wind turbine, the revenue we receive from that, offset by the expenditures to maintain and operate. And again, this one is going to be presented as two different departments in the final document here, but none of those numbers will change. It'll just be which line is presented in which table is going to change. And then financial and information services. So property taxes and grants in lieu, there's an increase of $1 million. That's primarily the stuff we've discussed already in that tax-supported change reconciliation of the increased assessed values and the budgeted rate change, as well as a small contribution from the 1% increase in wind farm developers tax. That's another piece that gets contributed to what was previously called our wind reserve. Federal and provincial grants, there's minimal changes there. This is primarily the Canadian Community Building Fund, or formerly known as gas tax, is what that program mostly makes up. There's some other smaller pieces, but that's the big piece there. In the finance program area, so an increase in spending, net spending of about $207,000. So part of the customer service positions we've talked about, as well as other salary changes. The PVSC contribution is applied here. Some increases in charitable exemptions, insurance costs, computer services, auditor fees, all partially offset by some increases to the revenue. And information services increased $227,000. Consulting services for digital service delivery and IT environmental needs assessment. So those are each $75,000 of budget, which are to be reserve funded. New records management position that we discussed. Some software maintenance contract increases and some other salary components.
Is that digital service delivery?
Yes.
We talked about like people being able to use their mobile devices
Yes.
to access their services.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, there's two projects there. One of them is that. The other one is a more IT needs assessment for an organizational thing. We've been given notice that our financial accounting software is going to cease service in the next 4 or 5 years. And so we need to get ahead of that rather than just trying to potentially plug and play some other service to meet that need. Due to the integration and overall, importance of that particular system, we want somebody to help us sort out our needs assessment. What are our options, whether it's a plug and play of financial services or if there's a bigger piece of work that we should explore. We want to get ahead of that. So those are the two big projects there. All right. That was operating.
You want a drink of water, Tim?
Yeah, so we have lunch coming it's being picked up now. So it should be here in the next 15 minutes or so. So I don't know if we
So the
wanna
next phase of this presentation will be a couple slides on capital, and then I'm gonna start flipping page by page through the capital budget to talk about programs. So if you wanna take a break now, that's great, or if you want me to do the summary bit first, and then we can get into the details.
Yeah, I think we'll do that. Yeah.
Okay. I'm happy to plow right through until we're done if you guys want, but I'm
Yep.
sure somebody might wanna eat at some point, right?
Yeah, we'll go till the food's here.
Okay.
How's that?
So, as you might have noticed, the capital investment plan and capital budget for the year are large. They are larger than likely ever here in Chester, which is seemingly a common thing for me to say when I sit here at this time of year, is we've got a new record-setting capital plan. So the capital investment plan for the next 5 years includes 44 capital budget programs to be funded from 15 different funding sources, potentially 16 depending on that application. But the total 5-year budget spend is $101.7 million, with $45.2 million of that to be spent in the first year. $50.5 million of the capital spending over the 5-year period is for expansion, renewal, and maintenance of wastewater infrastructure. Not a surprise to anyone here. $22.1 million in the budget is for municipal properties. That's primarily the budget for the new Public Works and Admin facility, which of course we'll have much more robust discussions on in the coming days and weeks. $15.8 million is included for recreation and active transportation infrastructure. $11.6 million is for landfill equipment and infrastructure, and the remaining $1.7 is for roads and IT infrastructure. And again, detailed capital budget and capital investment plan info is contained in that larger document that's attached. I have a slide here on debt servicing cost forecasting. This one is based on today's assumed interest rates and assuming we spend every dollar of budgeted borrowing funds at the exact time and borrow it in the year. So it's a very aggressive assumptions. It's trying to be conservative to show, you know, I don't want to underestimate our debt servicing costs, so I go the other way, right? So you can see a breakdown of the current year's budget as well as the next 4 years with the opening balance of total debt, new debt to be taken out, debt payments to be made against the outstanding amounts, and then the ending balance, and then a breakdown of debt charges between principal repayments and interest charges. And then below that is a breakdown of the debt charges to be paid each year by program area. And you can see the vast majority of our debt servicing costs go to the landfill, with some other significant portions in wind turbines, sewers. These are all areas that are funded from their own revenues. They're not funded from tax revenues. So I know it's been discussed a number of times how the debt charges as a percentage of own source revenue, that's one of those financial conditions indicators that goes in the provincial FCI report. If all this is how things go, the colors at the bottom here is what we will have for flags in those FCIs. We'll be at yellow for this year for being over 10%, and then we'll be over 15% for the next 4 years to be in that red.
Sam, sorry, can you just give a quick overview again of the FCIs? Because do you remember what they are?
So FCIs are the standardized report the province puts out each year for every municipality. They have a standard set of 20-ish financial conditions indicators that are intended to be kind of a standardized way to see how everyone's doing financially. There are a number of different things that deal with, you know, tax revenues and reserve balances and debt funding and all those different things. The debt servicing as a percentage of own source revenue is one of the areas where Chester has traditionally had a yellow or red flag. It's somewhat felt that that's kind of not accurate. It's not a red flag that we have debt funding these revenue supporting operations, right? Because it's intended to show like, hey, you got a lot of debt servicing, you might be overburdening your taxpayers, but that's not really what's happening with us. So I've done my own kind of breakdown below. This is not, you know, they're not changing the standardized reporting or anything. But if I were to take just the tax-supported debt servicing costs, that's what's at the bottom here. And then I also did a calculation of like, well, if I take out the revenue from those revenue-generating areas and back that out of our own source revenue estimates, and then calculate that percentage, it's not a real thing, but it's just to show that, you know, as far as tax-supported debt servicing goes, we're very, very low.
So there's two things to probably mention to council around those FCI, the factors that they use. One is that there's a committee that's been struck right now that's reviewing those, the criteria and the indicators that are used. They haven't been reviewed for 10 years since they've been introduced, I don't think.
Yeah, so I'm on that committee.
You are, yeah.
We've met once already. We didn't discuss this one, but it is one of the ones that we've kind of mentioned as maybe in discussion for future sessions. We have discussed, it was the tax base versus inflation change, and a lot of people were getting hit because of the way it was measured using a uniform assessment that lags, and then you get that big spike, and so we're kind of not aligning the time period, so suddenly everybody was red across the whole province, so we discussed that. But yeah, these are standardized reports. The one for this year is significantly delayed compared to usual, although they are usually quite delayed compared to, like, the one that's about to come out is the 22-23 report, I think? Or is
Yeah,
it 21-22?
It's one of the, I think it's 22, 23
Yeah, so
that
it's
we're waiting for.
2 years in delay from, our actual
Yeah.
fiscal positions.
Yeah, and then just a conversation around like what the red, yellow, and green means, and really the high-level summary is if you get too many red flags, red categories, there's potential that the province could start providing a little bit more scrutiny over borrowing and financing and stuff like that, so.
Yeah.
Tim, I'll get you. Tim, in the servicing charges, is there any way that, or we're prohibited from taking any of our reserves to actually meet any of these targets, or is that just not?
So that, there's a bigger conversation around how do you fund long-term capital projects.
Okay.
Whether you spend money out of reserves or out of revenue from operating, right, tax funded, or whether you borrow and spend the money on that asset over the future. And the shift between, how much are you spending upfront for money in reserves versus how much are you borrowing and paying over the life of the asset. It's one of those moving pieces that interconnects everything, and there are pros and cons either way. For example, in general, saving and spending out of savings tends to be a little cheaper in the long run than borrowing and paying back debt, because debt financing costs tend to be a little higher than the money you would earn on that money in the bank, right? So it's a little bit of a difference there. But conceptually, there's also value to borrowing, in that we kind of operate on a cash-based budgeting, not fully, like we're still an accrual-based organization, but to spread the cost of, you buy a $10 million asset, well, you can use reserves and you'll save a little bit of money in the long run, or you can borrow that 10 million and pay it off over, say it's gonna last 25 years, then you're kind of putting the cost impact aligned with the useful life of that asset.
And the people who are using it.
Exactly, depending on what it is, for sure. So, there's certainly it's not like one way is better than the other, but given any specific situation, there are factors to consider.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Vino.
This has been ever since these financial condition indicators existed. This has been an issue for us, and largely because of our landfill.
Yeah.
And we spoke once 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago, about is there a way that we can create a municipal corp or something like that to pull that out? Because it is misleading to the layperson that just looks at a sheet full of colored indicators and sees red numbers. We're extremely healthy. We have a decent, probably not the lowest tax rate in the province, but close. And, we're quite healthy financially, with very little borrowing, actually. It'd be nice if we could put that to the side and, those self-supporting capital assets in its own little operation that we can deal with differently. I know it was discussed, I don't know what how that's being.
It's on our to-do list, but it's not something we've started working on yet, so yeah, we will need to start that.
But you're right, that's primarily been
Yep.
the reason we've been in the red, is because the debt, which isn't really ours, just shows up as ours.
Okay, so this is the part where I would start, yeah,
Lunch is here.
okay.
Lunch is
Okay,
here, so
we'll
we may
break
want to
we'll
take a
break
break.
for lunch.
And when we come back well-fed, then we'll get into the capital investment plan. I'm sure it'll be something.
Motion to adjourn?
No,
Sorry.
no motion, we're just taking.
We're
a
going
break.
offline.
We're going back.
Okay, we're going to continue with our budget discussion. Tim Topping, you have the floor.
Thank you. So, now we are going to get into the capital investment plan document, and we're going to go through capital projects. So, join me on this adventure. So here's where I'm going to go through and I'm going to give quick overviews of the details of each of these programs. If there are any questions about them, I will call on my colleagues who have been absent and quiet in the back corner there. Anyway, let's get going. So the first one is the continuation of the ICIP sidewalks. So ICIP Phase 2 sidewalks, that is completion of the 1.9 kilometers in Hubbards and 450 meters in New Ross. That's based on, you know, all the discussions.
Excuse me, Tim, we could have the directors come up and maybe sit down in the front to fill up the empty seat.
Someone can take Pam's seat, sorry.
Come join us, gentlemen.
So this one is, it's entirely just carry forward from current year budget. It's stuff that was intended to be done, didn't get completed. We're gonna carry forward the unspent portion of the budget into the 25-26, finish the work, and have some new sidewalks. Moving on. The next one is the Chester Commons sidewalk, so that's from Highway 3 up to the Commons Road on Old Trunk 3. This is budgeted as $1.05 million to be spent in the current fiscal year, with $575 to come from borrowing and $475,000 to come from the CCBF, or Canada Community Building Fund. The next one is the remaining piece of sidewalk in New Ross, so that's from the fire hall to the fairgrounds, that piece that was cut off due to budget constraints in the ICIP funding process. This one has, as with the last one, the design work's already been completed in the previous fiscal year, and the construction is ready to go. This one is budgeted at $1.57 million, with $860,000 to be borrowed and $710 to come from the CCBF reserve. Trail bridge repairs. So this is continuation of the program for repairing trail bridges, with some updates to the work that needs to be done and the estimated costs for each. This includes a carry forward of expected unspent budget from the current year of the previous year, of $376,500, as well as an additional $554,000. All of that to be funded from the CCBF.
So I think this is one that you'll be seeing a request for decision next week. And there's some pieces there that have gone over budget, I think, right? That, so we'll need to have some discussion around that, yeah.
Yeah, just so how we got there and so on there, and just a heads up, the low bidder isn't recommended for the award because we had certain things in it for experience with similar projects, and they did not meet that experience, so we went to the next one. And when we're not awarding that, we don't take their 10% bid. So, they have to put bid bonds in and so on. So where we feel they don't have the experience, we can't award it and then take that toward the next one. We're just getting rid of them and going to number 2.
Yeah, and all that information that will come to you next week has been captured in the budget here, so this is reflecting that over budget expectations that we'll have more details in that report. On to page 8. So this is the Gold River Bridge rehabilitation project. So you can see the carry forward of existing funding, as well as some incremental funding to be added, and this is all, none of these total numbers are new. This was already approved in principle by council. The funding recommendations were not provided before. They said we were going to come back with them as part of the budget. So in this case, you'll see the only negative number in the capital budget, and that is basically a recommendation to reallocate what was previously to be funded from general operating reserve into the borrowing amount to go against this project.
We're still able to use all the federal preventive funds.
Yeah, I definitely I worked a lot on this one, coming up with funding recommendations, and the limitation of federal funding of 40% was one of those pieces that came into play on this one. I think it was this one, or was that? Is this the one that we have that other? Okay, anyway, yeah. On page 9, we have the open spaces implementation. This is somewhat of a continuation of the previous open spaces work. Although it wasn't necessarily a true carry forward, it was kind of a redescribing and rebudgeting. So there are multiple pieces in the budget that align with open spaces work. And this one is that continuation of the previous open spaces stuff. So it covers some work around Mulwin Point, trail routing. Oh no, that's what was completed in the previous year. Sorry. Which ones are these exactly?
So it's the Mulwin Point, it's a creation, so the trail routing was done, it's the implementation of that, so finishing up that trail. And then the Han Natural area, the green route, the routing was done, and we're just completing finalizing that actually this spring. So that's just, the only thing that's left to do there is just basically putting the surface material down. So I'll have that one done. And then we had listed on there the Castle Rock, which that's completely finished now, so.
All right.
Sorry, Councillor Connors. I'm just trying to put the date in my calendar for the next meeting.
We'll send it in.
You'll send it? Okay, thank you. I'll forget.
Thank you, thank you. Just wondering on a bit of a financial breakdown of the 110 for those identified 3 there, if you could. I don't know if you, or is it somewhere in here in my stuff? Like Mullen Point Trail routing, Han Natural Area, Green Trail routing, and Castle Rock?
I do have that, I don't have that breakdown
Oh,
with
no
me, but
problem.
we can
Okay.
definitely provide
Thank
that
you.
for you. Yeah,
Yeah, thank you.
so that the Mullen, like the Mullen Point, for example, it's a trail routing, it's also the creation of a parking lot, and there's a few like a bench and picnic table and some signage and those
Yeah.
kind of things, so, but
Yeah.
I can provide that breakdown.
Yeah,
for sure.
and I certainly have that description within the open space document,
Yeah.
but just the financial. So thank you, I appreciate that. Thanks.
Continuing on to page 10, this is some more open spaces stuff. This is the accessible outhouses to be placed at, was it 3 locations? At Beach Hill Road, the Han property, and the East River property near Malbec, or Maybec?
Yeah.
For $60,000 to come out of the Parkland Reserve in the current year.
Tim, is that any part of that in the budget for the Together We Can Community Park as well, or is that not in?
No, so these 3 locations are replacing where there are porta potties right
Oh,
now.
okay,
and
thank
so
you.
some
Yeah,
of
oh,
them-
that would, okay,
Yeah,
that
so
makes
these are
sense.
the first 3, and the intent was to implement these.
Yep.
See how they work, and then consider
Others.
other locations in the future.
Perfect,
Yeah.
thank you. Councillor Connors?
Thank you. So thank you, Chad. You answered a question in terms of these were and I get that, the first 3, see how they work, consideration for others. So the consideration for others I'm wondering if that consideration is just really if we can see an improvement or tweak the suggested solution and things like that, because we did originally identify, I don't know how many, 6 to 10, I think. So we're still on that game plan? I just want to make sure of that. Because I know again, in some of the districts, we have been waiting, and we're not in a rush because of the wonderful offering of council in terms of porta potties. But I know that I've had discussions with the Trails Group and the Ross Farm and Central in the Hamlet area, and that old Irving property. So just different areas where we may look at that. So I just want to make sure that that's still the game plan.
Yeah, that's the intent,
Okay.
and so initially it's the use of the porta potties right now at all the locations that council has already
Yes.
approved. To look at these 3 locations to install essentially it's a pit privy.
Yeah.
And if you recall, we explored some other options
Yeah.
that were a little bit more expensive
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
didn't pan out.
Yeah.
So that was the intent, to have these 3 and see how they work. All
Thank you.
those pieces of it and
Yeah.
have the response to the public and those types of things,
Yeah.
and then as well the surrounding area. So at some locations where we currently have porta potties, pit privy would not be appropriate. So that would be absolutely all part of that, and then just continuing to update and reassess each year as we progress.
Tim?
Okay, on to page 11, a continuation of some open spaces work. So this is the design and installation of an outdoor shelter at the Hahn property. This one, during that initial strategic priorities alignment discussion, was intended to be done in the current year, but based on the conversation that we had with council, we've now moved that out into the future years of the capital investment plan, so it is here. However, it's not in the current year.
It's not in the current budget.
Yeah, it would be in the future years of the capital investment plan.
It's such a minuscule amount when you're talking about $100 million budget, in my opinion. I'd like to see it in this year's budget, but at least it'll be done hopefully before the council term is out. That's just my thought, but.
Councillor Connors?
Thank you. Just wondering, around this property and the wonderful gift that we received, if you will, from Chataway and Hahn. There is a Chataway Hahn, I'm not sure if I've got the wording correct, the Chataway Hahn Trust. And I know, Mr. Lamy, you still, I believe, unfairly so, I can ask in public, you and one other, I don't know if you've added the third now again with the passing of the individual, but.
No, we're temporarily out of business until we get another trustee.
Yes, that's fine, yeah, no, I understand that because you need to make smart decisions. But I know that we are an eligible applicant as a municipality of Chester, so I'm wondering if we've given consideration to making application to the trust for this, and we may actually be able to speed that timeline up possibly.
So I
But
know
just-
as part of our initial budgeting, we had thought of that, and I think that there would be a fairly good chance that the trustees would at least consider
Yeah.
an application, but because of we didn't have a known number at the time, and we hadn't approached the trustees
Yeah.
for that discussion, so it wasn't part of the budget, but it absolutely would be a potential project, I believe.
Okay,
So we may move it forward.
yes, it's.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Vino?
I guess, yeah, I would echo that sentiment. I mean, at the time we were talking about reconditioning or refurbishing the old building, you know, I think we were anticipating some funds from that same trust, so it would only stand to reason that this would also be a consideration. Although I'm a bit foggy exactly on what is driving this, because aside from some vague references to it, I don't actually remember us getting a bit of a concept plan of what this is gonna be, unless I missed something.
No, so you're right, Councillor
So
Vino.
before approving a budget of any sort, I kinda wanna know what it is that we're talking about here, cause how grand is this structure? Is it a gazebo? Is it, what is this thing?
So I prepared this, but knowing that it was pushed out and not this year, so I do have a handout for council that I had prepared, so that has not been circulated. Would you like me to describe it for you? If you're considering putting in this year, I can do that, and I can circulate this as well. Would you like me to do that?
Well, it's a
Short.
start.
So it's essentially, so I can make copies and circulate this
Sure.
to everyone, but it's essentially, it's a 20 by 30 structure. So it has a roof element with no wall, so it's intended to be a space that we could use for programs. It could be used, it's obviously be open to the public to use for as a shelter, kind of picnic area, as a part of kind of day use, as well as last summer, for example, we had a week-long day camp program that was based on this property, which is a fantastic use of the space. But on those days where the weather isn't the greatest, that there's no shelter and there's no place to go. The intent was for that type of use going forward. And so there would be, it would be built in such a way that we could build fire on the inside with a fire pit. And so the intent behind that was when we initially developed a plan for this property in consultation with the neighbors, fire was the major concern, that they were not, they were very concerned about open fires and people making fires without some type of control. So this would be a way that we could allow that to happen on the property, but at the same time keep control of that. The structure would also have engineered concrete slabs that adds significantly to the cost. There would be an enclosed area on one end of the building which would be for wood storage as well as program and equipment supplies on the end. And so what that resulted in was the quote that we received was for $152,000 plus HST plus contingency. And so the contingency was fairly healthy in there as well, just because of that kind of unknown. So 152 plus HST plus contingency to reach that budget of 195. And on the other side of my fancy handout that you didn't receive, was just a little bit more of a little bit of background, just in terms of the work that the department is doing around outdoor education, our guided hikes, and as well, folks recall that originally when we developed the open space plan, the house was still there, and so the intent was to take advantage of the house in terms of washrooms and access to water and electric and some indoor space and that type of thing. And because that didn't come to fruition, that house is no longer on the property. This was intended to be kind of the follow-up, so that there would be a little bit of some of those services, and in particular the ability to get in out of the weather and sun and that type of thing. So that's some of the background and kind of how we kind of got to the place where we are today. And so there would be opportunity, like if the budget number of 195, if council felt that was a little bit too much based on kind of what we've drafted out, then we could of course look at alternative options. There would be ways to kind of scale that down. However, this is kind of what staff felt would be appropriate and would be of best use for kind of those needs that we've kind of outlined for that space. And then I guess if you consider the access potentially to some of those funds from the Han Chataway Trust, then we could potentially look at that 195 being a little bit less as far as the overall impact on the municipal budget.
So Sam, you have intimate knowledge, so do you feel that you'll have somebody in place shortly, or is it a long-term thing? I just guess why I'm asking, because to Sharon's point, I mean, if you put it in the budget and do it, or if it's gonna be a short time that we can apply, that would make sense to apply to the trust, to me.
Yeah, I don't know,
Yeah.
haven't discussed this, but I mean, I would think within the next month or so, we would have to approach somebody and
Sure.
explain to them, they have to agree to be a trustee. But I'm hoping within the next month or so, we would have somebody who agree to do it.
Sharon, is that okay? So maybe that's what, if that's okay, if that's what we'll do is,
We could add a conditional upon.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there were a couple factors that went into changing the timing from the initial presentation or from the initial discussion. Just volume of work and resource capacity was one of them. The expressed need for additional information, was another one of them. I would say the funding, this one is funded to come out of the Parkland Reserve, which is a very infrequently used reserve. It gets funded through our subdivision bylaw. And so this seemed like a good opportunity to use a small amount of money that is in that fund. So the funding piece of it isn't, if we move it, that's not gonna make a big deal.
Councillor Connors.
Thank you. So I'm switching gears. It's not about the funding necessarily, though I'm glad I brought up the suggestion of applying to the trust. So I'm glad I did put that out there. So about the use, and I know it would be unfair to not think about the opportunities and the potential use. But I'm thinking back on when for example, the New Ross Trails came in and presented over, I think, 3 meetings maybe, around a budgeted grant for $10,000. And the definition of numbers and use and people signing the guest book, the marks on the sign-in area at the Ross Farm, the Lions Park. How do we gather the numbers here? Do we have like a little outdoor area where people tick like they do at the Ross Farm, Lions Park? Do we have a guest book like they do at Ruby's Trail? How do we gauge the numbers?
So we do not have a method of collecting numbers at this point in time. That would be a possibility, but we tend not to do that on any of our parks and trails and facilities.
Interesting.
There would be an opportunity to do some of that, as well as in the past, a number of years ago, we did have some equipment where we could do some kind of trail counter equipment, where it's essentially like some between kind of infrared kind of
Yep.
beam set up, so that it counts a number of people passing by a particular area. So there are strategies like that that could be put in place, but up until this point in time, we have not done that. So we do not have a way other than just anecdotally, where you have staff showing up and, you know, they're doing maintenance and seeing the people that are there. And so we do know in the feedback that comes into the office, by the way, which has all been very positive and fantastic on the trails that are currently there. But other than that, yeah, we don't have a way to currently count the number of users.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry. So that's great feedback. I'm glad that the individuals that are currently using what has been developed there already in terms of taxpayer investment, I'm glad that people are enjoying that, as they should, with all of our trails. So I'm glad to see that. And this is beyond just that infrastructure, right? So this is now what we're talking about. So in terms of, you reference as well the guided trail walks. I think that's your term. We do those throughout the municipality now. Last couple of years, I think New Ross got added to the list, which is wonderful to see that happening. One happening in May and one happening in June, I think. So how does this differ from those? Because I know there's no structure in place for equipment and for inclement weather and so on. So we do the guided walks at Card Lake, and we do them in New Ross, and we do them, I think, at Graves Island, and so on. So how does this differ from those?
So it's just another element. So so this would be one of our properties where we conduct some of those hikes, and so there would be an added element to hikes that would be at that location. So you perhaps it may change the topic of the conversation. So for example, a couple of the hikes that we have this spring, so we have a hike and learn about black bears. And we have a birding. So some of the birding ones, you're not going to sit under a shelter to look for birds. You're going to be out on the hike. But perhaps there might be different elements added onto that hike. So for example, it may be a hike and then come back, and maybe an extended hike, and then you have a lunch in there. You have an evening, and you create a fire in the middle, and you have a kind of a different kind of element that's added to those hikes. So that the hikes, it wouldn't change them, other than it would add and it would enhance for those hikes that are happening at that particular location. So yeah, so it would be a different experience at that location versus some of the other locations like on Gold River or New Ross or Graves Island.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Vino.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we should probably have a look at Lockport, the town of Lockport. I think that they, about 7 or 8 years ago, built a covered pavilion that sort of, by your description, sounds like what you hope to build. It'd be interesting to hear their experience. I'm not opposed to this, but before approving any budget, I would like to have more detail on what it is that you want to do.
So at minimum, I will, when I'm done my section, I'll make a copy of this to circulate to everybody, and that'll provide some detail, and then we can do additional. And I just said that there was another example of a shelter. I don't recall the location. It may be in the Truro area, where there was another one that was very similar to this one, and we kind of use that as a sample. You know, so different than like a lot of you would be familiar with at the school. So a lot of the schools now would have like a roof shelter over, you know, over some picnic tables. And so that's that idea, just taken to a little bit another level to allow for those, that additional program space. So some of those areas wouldn't allow for, you know, 12 kids plus 2 leaders together to undertake a program. So it's allowing that capacity for that. Those summer programs, and as well community events. So when the municipality is not using it for our own programs, it's open to the community. So if somebody wanted to have a picnic or a little family event or whatnot, then there's an opportunity for it to be used for all those purposes as well, which I think the community would really.
That Lockport one that
for sure.
in their Sea Caps Park.
Yep.
If I can add, so as we go through this, we've made changes to our procurement process so that if it's approved in a capital budget or the operating budget, it's the green light to go ahead and procure that. In the past, we've had discussions around before we procure it, before we put it out to tender, we'll come back. I would suggest in situations like this where the funding is reserve funded anyways, that if we need more information, we not include it in the budget at this time, and then direct staff to come back with more information, request for decision, timelines, budget, more information around the uses, all of that kind of stuff. And then if it's something that we would like to proceed with this year, we can always do an amendment to the budget, especially where this is reserve funded.
Warden Weber.
Well, that's exactly what I was gonna say, because if we're using possible funding from the trust fund and money that's already in reserves, we don't need to add it to the budget, we can just do it anyway. If we choose to, further down the road.
Thank you. Tim?
Oh, Issy had a.
Oh, sorry, Issy, sorry.
Oh, I'm just gonna
Councilor Coolin?
Oh, thank you. As far as looking at models that are already done, there's a beautiful pavilion at Hubbard's Barn. You know, it's wonderful. It's in honor of Lincoln Hill, and it's structurally probably exactly what, it's the same idea of what you're looking for,
Same
right?
idea,
And
yeah.
we use it all the time, you know, we walk our dogs there and we sit, and anyway, off-season, of course, when the barn's not being utilized, and it's just a wonderful way to get out of the sun, you know, and so it's probably the type of model that you're looking to see, because you obviously have one there in Hubbard's.
Yeah, we're
Thank you.
very familiar with that one.
Yeah, thanks.
And then on to page 12, so I think the last of the open spaces projects that's in this year's capital investment plan. This is the continuation of the Han Trail area, Han Natural Area Trail Extension, which is for those walking trails that I think the routing and design has already been done as part of open spaces, but this would be the budget for finishing the construction of that for $90,000 to be funded from Infrastructure Development Fund. Page 13, this is where we start getting into the sewers capital budget. This is the general lift station upgrades. This has been sort of a standing item. It's ongoing work that needs to get done over periods of time. There's a carry forward of existing budget of $330,000 into the current year. And then actually the two last years in the capital investment plan, those are essentially, those were in the previously approved capital investment plan. However, we've moved the timing of those out a little bit, I think primarily to deal with resource constraints of all the capital work that's going on around sewers, is that, you know, there's prioritization and it's not necessarily as critical to get these ones done as quickly, so they've been pushed off into later years. Next is the Village of Chester wastewater upgrades and expansion. Sorry.
Councillor Connors?
Sorry. Just had a light bulb moment, and I'm gonna go back to the second discussion that we had on the Han property and the natural area trail extension. I should know this, and you should never ask a question on camera, because then you're showing your, you know, true colors. Infrastructure Development Fund. I had a flash of the deed transfer tax fund. What's that called?
That is the investment.
That is the investment.
Infrastructure Development Reserve.
Infrastructure Development Funds. So when I think back of the idea of the intention for the deed transfer tax money, I thought it was, again, I'm just showing my colors here, I thought it was around potentially preparing areas around the sewer and the water and making it investment ready.
Yeah, that was definitely the primary focus. It was
Okay.
around infrastructure development. So it was worded more broadly than specific just to sewer. But
Oh, yeah, I
that
get
was
that.
what kind of fed that conversation.
So I'm trying to link this to that. I'm sorry, I should go back and look at my policy or the description of it.
Yeah, and we actually have a policy
Yeah, I know we
that's already
do.
in place
I know,
for
'cause
that.
I was looking at it for something
Right.
outside of Chester. But yeah, so, yeah, I'll have to look at that, because I thought that that's when we did the deed transfer tax, we tucked money away, and I'm just trying to connect the development of this trail to that intention of that fund. Sorry, that's for me to do
Yep.
outside of here.
And when it comes to which reserves, so infrastructure development fund, general operating reserve, CCBF to an extent, those are all somewhat discretionary that could be used for this project or that, based on policies or regulations.
Yep.
And so it was a bit of a, you know, the exercise I have to go through when, okay, we've got all these projects, here's what they're gonna cost, how are we gonna fund each of those? It's like, as you fund one from this reserve, it then makes that next one have less funding, but there's restrictions on this other one where we can't use that, so we have to, right? So
Yeah.
where possible, I tried to use the infrastructure development reserve. Essentially, in general, it was to allow for, rather than using the general operating reserve.
Okay.
Which then, because the general operating reserve is a little less restricted as to what we
Yeah.
can use it for.
Yeah.
And so
No.
where I felt it was possible to use the infrastructure development fund, I would choose that one over the general operating reserve.
Yeah.
However, there is room to move between those two.
No, I'm glad to hear this, actually, because it opens my thinking in terms of the potential for the use of that fund. Definitely, thank you.
And I think probably we started that fund, if I remember, because we had so much transfer of money. Obviously, it's less and less, but anyway, continue, Tim.
Yeah, so phase 3 of the wastewater project in the village of Chester. So this is obviously one of the biggest, if not the largest, single budget program that you'll see in here. This is ongoing stuff that has some carry forward component, as well as some incremental costs to the budget, as well as some future costs in the next year. We have, 8 different funding sources contributing to this particular program to expand and upgrade the wastewater treatment system for the village of Chester. Seeing nothing. The next one on page 15 is the Otter Point wastewater treatment plant upgrade. So this is the continuation of the existing budget. There's just the carry forward of the assumed unspent amount from this year to finish that project off, to be funded from infrastructure development. Yeah. Oh, and I guess now is as good a time as any to mention that the carry forwards, of course, we are into the new year, it's April. However, we haven't closed off the old year. We don't know exactly what the numbers, so any of these carry forwards will be adjusted when we finish our year end. I'll come back to you sometime later in the summer with an update to the budget to true up those carry forwards. So these were based on estimates of what we would be spending up to the end of March. The actual number will vary slightly from there. Chester Basin wastewater upgrades and expansion. So this is the other biggest wastewater project that's on the list. This is to complete the upgrade, replacement, increasing capacity of the wastewater treatment facility build a new facility in Chester Basin. It is a total budget of $12.47 million over the next 2 years, including 6.5 to be spent in the current year, which is partially carried forward from previously approved budget and partially incremental budget in this year. As well as 5.97 million to be spent in the following year. Of course, there's obviously a lot to be.
Yeah, this is another one I think we'll be bringing to council next week for discussion.
Yeah. The next page is the 1-ton truck with crane. You might recognize this from previous year's budget. This is to replace truck and crane for sewer servicing. You know, it's a larger truck and crane than what exists to meet the needs of that service. The reason this was not done already is because the budget we had allocated for that turned out to be drastically insufficient. And so based on more up-to-date costing estimates, we're bringing this back to carry forward the previous 160 that was assumed and to request an additional 190 to cover up the total $350,000 assumed cost for this truck and crane.
I just don't know, is this like a crane or is it like just a davit that's on the back of the truck? What does this thing look
Yeah, we
like?
put it that it's, like our pumps are getting bigger for some of our lift stations.
Is it like a 500 pound or what?
One more, like he needs a 1-ton truck to carry that weight, right? And then to get the back put on, so on. Yeah, the crane's probably around 100,000.
Okay.
Okay, Tim?
Price no different options there, right? We'll probably get the crane separate and then the truck to match.
I think I think the municipality of the district at Lunenburg, for example, not that we look to them to guide us, but, you know, I think they have some.
You all right?
They have some service vehicles and I think they mostly have like davits that they
Yeah.
equip and
Some, yeah.
like, anyways, it just, seems like that arrangement would be a little less money, but, you know, and again, I'm not, that's a little bit operational, it's just a few comments.
Tim?
Okay, next is the, so this is Mill Cove Collection Extension. This is an item that's been kicking down the budget road every year since I've been here. It's an extension of collection infrastructure to reach a planned development. I think there was an agreement with the developer to say, once you've built that, we will connect, and we're just budgeting the amount and pushing it down each further year so that it's in the budget. So if and when they do that work, we are ready to do the work we've committed to doing.
You do your part, we'll do ours.
Yeah. This next one is a similar piece that has just been that standing option in the budget. It's the Mill Cove addition of a biofilter unit to expand the capacity for treatment at Mill Cove to support some specific growth. Again, that's that one that once something has been triggered, we'll have the budget ready to go forward.
Can we go back to the last one just for a second, just for clarity? I think what we had been budgeting, Fred, for that Mill Cove collection extension, we had been budgeting for an expansion if the developer triggered it. So there was triggers that the developer had to meet, there was criteria that they had to meet, and then it would trigger a future expansion of the project. We had been carrying that expansion, the construction of that expansion in our budget as a sort of item that if we need it, we've budgeted for it. We took that out, I think, this year. So what you're seeing here is the 25,000, that's for a study, is it not? That's not for the.
No, sorry, there are three pieces around
Okay.
Mill Cove. There
Okay.
are two of them that are those standing long time ones. This one the first one was an extension to meet proposed development.
Yep.
To meet them into our existing. The next one is another one that was an expansion of the capacity of that to meet some development growth. There's another one, a few pages later, I probably should have linked these together, but that's the 50,000 for a wastewater system expansion study for that additional expansion that may or may not be needed. Well, I won't say or may not, because it's there in Mill Cove. But yeah, those two pieces that have been the standing items are both still there.
Okay.
They are on page 18 and 19, and they are both currently listed in the 26-27 fiscal years, so they're not in the current fiscal year, because we figure that we'll get some notice ahead of time that they're actually gonna do that, and then we'll have time to meet that demand. That additional expansion work is a separate program a little bit later.
Do these figures also imagine the recovery charge that we would get if we were to hook up? Because there's as you know, there's a cost to them for connecting.
Yeah, so these are the capital cost of doing that work.
Yeah.
And of course, these are also based on the estimates from when that budget was originally
For
created.
example, for
so-
every unit, it's 6,000 for the first
Correct.
connection, 4,000 for each additional, so we would recover that.
Oh, yeah, that's all on top of it, so.
So that would be new revenue if we were to proceed with this.
Right.
So
Yep.
this is actually, is okay.
Yeah, and all that kind of stuff with the connection, not the connection charges, the development, what is the infrastructure charge bylaw that we've implemented recently? That goes into feeding in the sewer reserve forecasts, because that revenue gets put into the sewer reserve, and so to forecast how much is there to use for capital projects, that's one of those pieces we had to work out. And yeah, estimates as to EDU growth and development, timing was one of those pieces we had to work on.
I guess I would anticipate if we were to hook up, some significant number of units there, that it would almost cancel out in terms of costs.
Yeah, these numbers are just what was budgeted originally when those agreements were coming to. So like, honestly, the cost of doing this work is probably higher than what's in these budgets, because there's been a lot of inflation since then, but there's also this connection charge that we implemented since then, so there'd be pieces both ways. While we're talking about wastewater upgrades, Western Shore. So this is the replacement of some clarifier parts and installation of some additional infrastructure. So there's $80,000 of design work in the current year budgeted, and then $520,000 pushed off a couple years for construction. So the plan there is to get the design work done and ready to go, and then in a couple years' time, do the work to be funded from sewer reserve and borrowing although with any of these design work done, ready for construction, there's always the opportunity that other funding sources come available and all that kind of stuff. On a similar topic, the Hubbard's future wastewater system, this is all future budget stuff. A lot of this will come out of the growth work that's being done around the Hubbard's area, but we wanted to have something in the budget to reflect that there is an intent to do some sort of work there within the next 5 years.
Where does the engineering cost for this work come in? Because I would expect that's gonna soon start.
Well, exit 6 will look at what the best plan is going forward, and then we can plan on that.
Yeah, I would have expected, you know, because that's gonna be a significant cost. It's gonna be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, so I would expect to have seen that in the 2026, 2027 year at least.
Well, by the time the studies, then we'll have a better idea what the cost would be and what's proposed, and then we can adjust our 5-year plan accordingly with council approval.
It's going to happen, that's for sure.
Thank you. I just remind speakers if they could get in the queue before they speak. It's just for our live feed.
Apologies, Chair.
Apology accepted.
All right. Continuing with this topic, the New Ross wastewater upgrade and expansion. This has some design budget in the 26-27 year and construction budget in the 27-28 year to be funded from the sewer reserve as well as borrowing or potentially other funding sources if those were to become available. This next one, the Mill Cove wastewater system expansion study, we discussed this briefly with Tara's question. It's that other piece. Well, no, the other two were the if they build it, we will go. This is the study for additional expansion beyond that. Or within that, if they don't happen, yeah. That's 50,000 in the 27-28
Do
year.
you want me to elaborate on that?
I would love it, yeah.
Yeah, basically, the expansion that was budgeted previously is for around 70 additional dwelling units. But if the barracks gets developed as well, that's another 70. So that's more of the capacity we'll get with that unit. So I just want to get some prices on a different type of wastewater treatment system if we have room there, so we'll allow for that.
Okay.
It just, yeah, we don't have enough of everything actually happens, so, right, so we gotta figure that out.
Councillor Coolin?
Thank you. I had a meeting with both developers a week and a half ago, and, you know, the idea of what they were proposing, and of course, I'm catching up. This, apparently, the first develop was 4 years ago or 5 years ago when they first approached. Is that not correct? And the barracks is fairly new. It's a fairly new potential, yeah. So both investors or both developers, you know, have different views, but they both basically want the same thing. They want an impromptu, maybe a conversation or a meeting with the staff, the potential businesses that are there at the base and some of the residents at the Mill Cove Park in order to see if we can collaborate. Basically, that's all the conversation was. He showed me all the development ideals and how much property and stuff would be utilized for homes and whatnot. And the other developer for, we call it the barracks, for all of us who know how the Mill Cove Park and the base was simulated. He has a totally different idea of what he wishes to do, and it's roughly about 68 units. And that was just a conversation, nothing more. Thank you.
Great. The next item is the Western Shore Generator Building and Wild Rose Washroom roof repairs. This is a fairly minor budget item for just some necessary repairs to the roofs of those structures for $20,000.
Is 1 o'clock.
It's 1 o'clock. I'm just going by that clock.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah, we have to stop at 1, yeah.
Okay, how about this? We got one more sewer project and then we can take a pause there.
Good.
Nice
Sounds
little
good.
break.
Yep.
This one's another fairly minor program. It's to potential replacement of the wastewater pump at the Parade Square for $35,000. If a new pump is required, if it's not able to be repaired. And if there are any questions or anybody wanted to clarify that?
Yeah, I had a little extra money to fix the security.
Excuse
camera
me,
there.
sir, could you, thank you. You have the floor, Mr. Vito.
Thank you for recognizing me, Deputy Warden Asif. I was just wondering if we could add a little little bit of budget to this, to fix the security camera at this location.
Is that a big item that could come out of general budget?
I think they were taking from borrowing to fix the pump, you know, throw a couple more $1,000 and fix the camera.
Won't we be having some discussion about surveillance policies?
Yeah, we've been asked to come back with a report around surveillance of municipal properties in general. So that is something that we will be coming back with in the near future, next couple months probably. So yeah, there'll be budget implications for all of that if we choose to do additional surveillance in other areas. But to Councillor Vino's point, I mean, if we added $2,000 in here, we still have to have that discussion around surveillance on municipal properties.
Is that the last piece, Tim?
That's the end of the sewers. It would be getting into municipal properties discussion. It seems like if we need to break in 2 minutes, it might be a good spot to do it.
Yep.
Okay, so I think we still have some more of the capital budget items to go through, and the rest of the operating and the reserve budget. So it looks like we're gonna need another session, so we're looking at the 28th, I think is what we landed
April
on.
28th, 3 o'clock?
April 28th at 3 o'clock as another session,
So
so.
everybody make sure you voted before that.
And
That's election day.
that's election day.
Now I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by Warden Weber, seconded by Councillor Church. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion's carried.